10. And we are on to the penultimate week of this year's cultural competition. We are left with only a few recitation competition in English for next Saturday, and Sunday is entire day meant for the competition of quiz or the quiz competition. And the quiz competition will, I believe a few of you from here have enrolled your name. Even if you have not enrolled, you can just come and watch it from 1 p.m. From 1 p.m. semi-final is to start, and tentatively the final will start at 4 p.m. And I invite everyone to join from the audience, because these sorts of quiz competition or at all any kind of competition, good competition, is very less in number in Shillong. You don't get many chances to join in a debate competition. At best there will be 4 or 5 throughout the year conducted here. And this is one of the biggest platform wherein you get a chance to learn. I would say learn. Competition is just not for prizes. It's a learning process. Unless and until it's a learning process, the competition also is not successful. Even your joining also is not successful. Even if you get the first prize, you become the champion, and you have learned nothing, it means nothing. So we encourage everyone to join. You perform well, you don't perform at all well, it's a different matter, but you build your personality, you learn something. So we will be concluding our competition on next Sunday with quiz competition, and then prize distribution for the entire competition will be held on 8th of August, Saturday at 3 p.m. in this very hall only, for all the competitions, starting from 27th to concluding on 2nd of August. So coming back to the debate competition, most of the rules will be read out, or you will be made aware by the speaker. Just a few of the rules that I would tell you is that you will have to select a leader. Okay, so please now only you can discuss who would be the leader on both the sides, proposing the motion or even against the motion. And this year's motion is quite relevant indeed in present day scenario. Weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. Just a few suggestions. Off and on we have seen you bring the organizers in the debate. Please don't fetch the organizers in the debate. We have debated to to form a topic. You won't understand that it takes sometimes hours, if not days, for us to decide on the topic. Professor Raman Bhattacharya knows it very well. At times we have very, very heated debate to decide on what should be the topic for the competition. And usually in Ramakrishna Mission, we try to avoid anything to do with politics. So it's up to you. Please, I would suggest that refrain from, making or referring to the organizer, that why organizers also thought like this, so only this topic has been selected, thumping this thing. So please do refrain from this. We have got nothing to do with your performance, just that your performance will be graded. It's a different matter that for grading your performance, there would be a panel of judges. And another rule that let me read out, that if you read out from the prepared speech, you get no prize. This, all the judges will be taking a note of it. Coming to the prizes, we give 2 categories of prizes. Number 1, in team category, you get champion team and runners-up team. Team prize goes to the institute from which you belong to. Okay, and there are a few teams that we have allowed, which is cross-institute, different partners from different institutes. These teams will not get, even if you get the champion marks also, if you are topping as a team, even then this trophy will not be given to you. It will automatically go to the next one. Why? Because earlier days we used to give it, because the trophy was a running trophy. We used to take it back after a year. So 6 months in both the institutes could be shared 6 months wise. But now we give it for final, that whichever institute is the champion, it goes to the institute. So we cannot give it to 2 institutes. It has to go to 1 institute. And coming to individual prizes, there will be champion speaker, means the best speaker, second best speaker, and we go to third best speaker also, if at all we do not get any suggestion for most humorous speaker. Okay, so and to decide upon this, we have got a very distinguished panel of judges. We are so very grateful to all three of them for sparing their valuable time on Sunday afternoon. And we extend them also a very hearty welcome. In this year's panel of judges, we have Dr. Surajit Sen from ICFAI University, Dr. Degracia Nonkinri from Department of Economics, Northeastern Hill University, and Professor Oyan Bhattacharjee from NIT Meghalaya, who also is a member of the managing committee of Ramakrishna Mission Shillong. And so I would request all three judges kindly to take their seats. Now, may I request all our parliamentarians of today, please come and take your seats. Those who will be speaking for, means in the treasury bench, all please take the right hand side of the speaker. You can please come and take your seats here on the dais. Those who will be speaking for on this side, means just adjacent to me, and those who will be speaking against should take the left hand side of the speaker. Participants, your mobile should be switched off, not even in silent mode. So please switch off your mobile. And yes, when we don't allow anyone to read out from the prepared speech, but you can have a piece of paper for writing the arguments or counter arguments or just the points. Those who will be speaking for on this side, on the right hand side of the speaker, no one wants to take the front seat. Somebody has to go in the front row. Please go in the front row. Don't mind, never mind. This is good. Your photograph will be beautiful at least. If not your performance, never worry. This will, please take the front row. Take the front row. You have come in a beautiful dress. The photograph will be good. Yes, yes, in the front row. Okay, so, sir, almost full house. Hardly any MP is absent. So that way our performance is much better than the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Most of the parliamentarians are present here today. So now, the most important person of a debate competition, the speaker. We say the speaker who doesn't speak, but our speaker speaks, and he controls the entire debate. Rather, the entire debate revolves around him. And we are so very thankful and grateful. It's our proud privilege to invite Mr. Binod Bhujal, a Deputy Auditor General from the Office of Comptroller and Auditor General of India. And he also happens to be a member of the Managing Committee of Ramakrishna Mission Shillong. Sir, thank you for making it. Thank you so much. And sir, I would hand over it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajit sir, for such a wonderful introduction. That is, I think you set the tone for the debate. He set the tone not only in terms of rules and all, but also in terms of how you must have heard that he was quite a little bit humorous and all that. Okay, at the same time, he wasn't funny, he was humorous. So that's how I think we will proceed with the debate. Okay, feel free among yourself. Okay, I'm very proud and very happy to see these young and energetic faces, both on my left and on my right. Okay, the right is, I'll refer to you as my treasury benches, and the left, my dear opposition bench. Okay, so we'll be referring to that, and shortly I'll be asking you to choose a team leader. I believe that all of you are leaders. You're coming here and standing on the stage itself shows a sign of leadership. Feel very proud of you, okay? But one more tough thing is that you will now be competing among yourself to choose a leader. And this is a golden opportunity, don't miss it, okay? Let not there be wasting of time. I think you all should want to be a leader, and that will show a character in the team that's being represented here and here. I hope you all choose your team leader very quickly, okay? But let's, I think, Ajit sir has already read the rules. I just have a little bit of a request to the audience. Okay. Please encourage these young people who have come to the stage. It's not easy coming to the stage and looking at the public and speaking. So the best way to encourage them is that when somebody speaks very well, please give them a big round of applause. And somebody who finds it difficult to speak, give them a bigger round of applause so that they come back next year more rejuvenated and desired. Okay? So it's our also job to see that we build in young leaders. They are already a leader. We build in their capacity and their strength in them to go forward from here on. Okay, let's come back to the brass tacks of things. Okay, the rules. Okay, as I already told you, there's a one for and against. Now, the leader of the Treasury and Opposition bench will start the debate. Okay, and each of them will be given 6 minutes. The leaders, I'm talking the leaders, you'll get a 6 minutes time. At the end of 5 minutes, a warning bell will sound. At 5 minutes, you will hear a warning, that's the sound, okay? Followed by a final bell in the 6th minute, by which time the speaker will conclude. Judges, please note, no further markings after the 6th minute, okay? For other speakers, time allotted will be 4 minutes. You'll be given 4 minutes, okay? So if you want to speak more, become a leader, okay? Else 2 minutes is cut, you'll get only 4 minutes to speak. For the speakers, for the other speakers, there'll be a 3-minute warning bell, followed by a final bell at 4 minutes. No further marks than that. And as already as been informed to you all, you cannot read from the prepared speech. But I'm sure the judges will have no objection to you carrying some points or notes or small notes that you may be preparing. Okay? At the end of the debate, okay, both the Treasury and opposition will get to sum up and conclude the debate with another 2 minutes of time. Okay, you'll be given 2 minutes. So basically the job here of both the leaders will be to bring out the pros and cons of the entire debate to sum it up. That's where you'll get 2 minutes to speak on that. You'll be given 2 minutes, but no marking for that. There's no marking for that. But it's just to show, because at the end of the debate, I will also be taking the opinion of the House. Who do you think has won today's debate? And that is where it is also important that you utilize this 2 minutes. You want to go back, the leader will want to take the entire team and say, we are the leaders today, we are winners today, okay? So all the best. And no grumpy faces, smile, okay? No using unparliamentary languages, okay? Be kind even to your opposition, okay? You can be brutal when you're speaking, when you go to the podium. Let there be full flow, let your points come out in full flow, okay? So relax and have another one more challenge for you is that I think Ajit sir, I think I should thank you that, what he has done is that he has given us a very sumptuous meal, and I'm heavily. So if you want me to stay awake and even the judges, please make sure that your debating points are very, very exciting and we are forced to stay awake, okay? Okay, chalo. Now, not without, oh yes, you may. This is, what's your name, by the way? Okay, I'm giving 1 minute. Go and come back. I wouldn't like you to miss out the chance of becoming a leader, so go fast and come back, okay? Meanwhile, you can start discussion till she comes back, and another 1 minute after she comes back, we'll choose a leader among yourself. Great time to show your character, okay? This is a great time. Okay, another 1 minute, please. Within 1 minute. If you don't select, I am going to nominate anyone I like as the leader. No more chances. 1 minute. Treasury, are you ready? We have a leader. Excellent. Please give Treasury a round of applause for coming up with a leader. Yes. Who's the leader, please? Yeah. What's your name? Janas. Okay. Janastuti Sharma from the Treasury Bench is the leader of the Treasury Bench. Yes, opposition. Okay, round of applause, please. You get Aniket Shah. Okay, Aniket Shah. Aniket Shah is the leader. Okay, that's serial number 10 and serial number 4, judges. Okay, let's get the start. So first of all, I will call the leader of the Treasury Bench, Janastuti. Please take the podium and your. Yes, please. Yes, you may. Yes,
The deadliest weapon of the world today is not a sword, neither is it a gun, nor a nuclear bomb. It is a country's economy. Good afternoon, respected speaker, esteemed judges, distinguished guests, worthy opponents, ladies and gentlemen. I firmly stand here today as the leader of the Treasury Bench to speak for the motion, weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. Human civilization is witnessing the growth of the most catastrophic system of its own ruin, weaponization of economy. Countries no longer depend on guns, bombs, and grenades for consolidation and protection of their power. Today, the financial architecture is molding the new world order. The illusion of tying our economies together to make war obsolete is now shattered. No country in this globe is completely self-sufficient. Nations must share a relationship of symbiosis. Nevertheless, economic extortion has been taken to be the key to unlocking the door to supremacy. Talking of the mighty economies, be it the USA's unilateral tariff impositions on its trade partners, China's market boycotts, or India's digital market exclusions, all prove that their economy is the very reason for their might. Inevitably, the analytically weak nations too ought to adapt to this inescapable transition. Let us now take the example of an instance which will prove how economic warfare has developed over the years and why the weaponization of the digital and the financial architecture is now rebuilding the path to power. Consider the OPEC oil embargo of 1973. Economies then depended almost entirely on their import and export products. In sharp contrast, explaining this crippling shift is the example of the disconnection of Russia from SWIFT in 2022 after its attack on Ukraine. A Western coalition comprising of the G7 and the European Union froze $300 billion of Russia's central bank foreign reserves stored abroad. Other instances include the US semiconductor blockade on China, India's tech bans and digital public infrastructure, and the 2022 Nord Stream pipeline shutdown, some of which have also proven to be extravagantly devastating for all the countries that they affected. The scenario has now changed quite a lot. Economies now depend not only on product exchange but also on the digital and financial choke points that they use to exploit, dominate, and freeze their rivals or competitors, even if these rivals and competitors are superpowers. Just like how Russia, even after having one of the strongest military forces in the whole wide world, could not defend itself from the financial trap of $300 billion. Therefore, it must be understood that the reality can neither be ignored nor be sidelined. What we are witnessing today is deciding our future, whether we accept it and adapt to it or fail to do so and remain in the long-gone illusion will decide whether we survive tomorrow. Physical weapons may draw craters, but economic warfare silently buries nations alive. Thank you.
I call on now Aniket Shah to please take the podium and speak for the motion, against the motion.
About that. Respected speaker, respected judges, my fellow participants, and the audience. Today we are actually talking about a topic which in the modern world is quite controversial. That is weaponization of the economy is deciding the new world order. I am strongly against it because of the following reasons. We see that today economy plays a major role in global positions. How are the countries' positions decided is decided by the economy, their GDP. But is it really true? Behind the scenes and even in front, the actual power is taken by those who hold the information. And I argue in that. What do you mean by global position? What do you mean by weaponization? Basically, economy is being used as a weapon to fight other countries, to control over them, and to gain power. The global position refers to the current holding of power of the countries. But it is not actually entirely decided by the economy. It is actually decided by information. It is decided by infrastructure. It is decided by other factors. You cannot only look into the economy and say it is the deciding factor. Again, the thing is, most of us look at the broad picture, the popular things. But actually, the world is decided by things which are not shown on the screen, which are not popular. Those not popular things include information. I would use the example of the World War, where Enigma, it was a ciphering or encoding scheme. Basically, you were hiding information, and only decoding that information led to the loss of Germany. Such a powerful country lost, not because of only economic reasons, but the main cause of the loss was actually information. The Americans were able to decode it. See, we all see the broad picture. We all see the popular social media things and decide our opinions based on it. But is it really true that economy is the deciding factor? I am arguing against it. That is where I stand. So in this debate, we all are going to argue how economy is not the deciding factor, but actually a factor amongst many. There are more major factors like cybersecurity, infrastructure, which play the more important role in the wars, which play the more important role in the global positions. I stand firmly with it. I would ask you all a question. Have you ever seen what happens to a country who has lost its information, vital information? It slowly dies. That is the reality. We only see on economic terms, but economic terms take tens of years, if not more. It can take decades before any effect takes place, but things like cybersecurity, a modern thing, can be instant. It instantly shatters the country. Example, the destruction of solar and wind infrastructure in USA led to the loss of the Fortune 500, the most powerful companies, 500 companies of America. The entire economy of America shattered because of a single attack on a single plant. That is the reality. Information infrastructure actually plays a more important role, but we are not able to see the broader picture. That is where I stand. I thank you very much. I like to conclude here.
Well, that was Aniket. I was a little bit confused the way I was seeing a horse trading in front of my eye. But when he spoke, I think you're still against. So, okay. Though when he went there, I thought there was a horse trading going on. Okay. But when he spoke, you were against. So it's fine. Okay. No horse trading. Good. Okay. Okay. Now we follow this. We'll follow it in sequence. Okay. I call on Vikram Paul for the motion. Vikram Paul, please take the podium. And don't be tense, okay? Lighthearted. Don't let the situation, don't get overcome by the situation. Relax, there's all friends here, okay.
Sir, can I start?
Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
People say money can't buy happiness, but it could certainly buy influence, allies, technologies, and even sometimes silence. A very good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, sir. Myself, Vikram Paul, and today I stand here to strongly support the motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, before the countries used to fought with tanks, but today the countries used to fought with trade bans, financial restrictions, sanctions, tariffs, etc. Today, firstly, sanctions are the new missiles. If you look at the recent Russia and Ukraine war, you can see that before the battlefield become louder, the banking system become quieter. The sanctions, the financial restriction came first before the tank came. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you can look at the recent the competition between the China and US, you can see that the biggest highlight is not about the tank and military power. It is all about the AI chips, semiconductor, rare earth materials, and your advanced technology. In today's world, Mr. Speaker, sir, whoever controls the technology can control the production, and whoever controls the production can control the economy. Lastly, whoever controls the economy can influence the global power. Mr. Speaker, sir, some of my worthy opponents may argue that military power can decide everything. So let me tell them, if military power can alone make the country powerful, then why don't we pay patriotism to the army instead of salary? And also they can argue that military power strengthen the new world order. So let me tell them that military can protect the country, but a strong economy can build that military. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, today the battle are not just fought in a battlefield, but they are fought in a bank, in a stock market, etc. So I would like to conclude by saying that yesterday the country used to fought with bullets, but today they used to fought with balance sheet. Thank you so much.
That was Vikram Paul. I now call upon Ansh. Please take the podium on your side.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson, honorable judges, and my dear friends and worthy opponents. Today I stand here to oppose the motion that weaponization of economies is deciding the new world order. Firstly, I would like to say that the world's order depends on four main power: economic strength, diplomacy, geography, and standard alliance. For economic influence, there are many factors that also affect economic, such as war, and that can create conflict among the countries. Thank you.
Okay, Ansh. Hope to see you next year with much more confidence and all that. Okay, relax. Okay, it's good. You have come up to the stage. You face the audience. That's okay. Now we move on to Abhishek Shah for the motion. Abhishek.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I am standing for the motion, "The weaponization of economy deciding the new world order." My fellow opponent has said that information decides power, and wars have fought and won because of information. But how does the information come? Information can be bought, but economy cannot be gained properly. Information can easily be bought, and hackers can easily be paid to get information. So, do you think that is it the information or the economy that decides the power? Moreover, one of the strongest nations in the entire history of world, the USSR, collapsed due to one single reason: its economic failure and collapse. It died because its markets failed and the economy crashed. It had the strongest military in the world, a great amount of population, but the economy destroyed the nation. Another thing, the recent block of the Strait of Hormuz shows that economy is essential and oil has the greatest impact on economy. The entire world and its order was affected because of blocking a single strait, the Strait of Hormuz. It destroys the world economy, collapsed many nations, and destroyed India's economy too. Just a single blockade can affect the entire nation, the entire world. But just do you think that a single missile or soldiers can impact this much? Economy is essential as every other factor depends upon economy. Like my dear friend said that people work for salary and not place their allegiance to military. Even military people work to earn bread for their family. And that's why a strong economy decides how strong a nation is. For example, the USA is the strongest nation and it correlates with it being the strongest economy. Do you think that it's a coincidence? I think not. USA being the strongest economy directly decides that it is the strongest. And so, I would like to conclude that economy is the most important factor for a nation's power and strength. Thank you.
That was Sarbojit Paul, right? So, serial number 6, Judge. I think I should be mentioning the serial number also for convenience. We now move on to against the motion. Against the motion, I call serial number 8, Famous Ralian. Famous Ralian, please take the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable chairpersons, respected judges, teachers, and my dear friends. Like what our friends say that today I'm on against the motions about the topic, the weaponization of the economy is deciding the new world orders. Actually, it's not only about the economy that decide the new world orders. We can see that in this era, like the military power is the most powerful. Like the USA can control the world just because of its military power, and the USSR, known as now as the Russia. That's all. Thank you.
I urge you all, utilize your time. You have your time, okay? Again, I'm saying, utilize your time that is given to you. I'm yet to hear a bell. I would love to hear a bell that somebody's forcing you to stop talking. I love talking, you know? So I keep on talking. So I feel that you all should do that. You get that opportunity, utilize it. Talk, utilize the mic. You don't get to walk with the mic every day, okay? You get that sometimes, utilize it, okay? So next we move on for the motion. So for that, I call serial number 7, Wan Byang Por Mi Suchiang. Okay. Serial number 7, Wan Byang Por Mi Suchiang.
Good afternoon to you all, my dear friends, respected judges, and my honorable speaker. I would likely to stand here to support the motion, and that the economy, the weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. As we can see today, economy is the backbone of the country. And as our worthy opponent has mentioned that military power is deciding the new world order, I think that's not a very good to mention it. It's not like that's not like the military only controls and decide a new order. It's the economy also. When we talk about a soldier needs salaries, needs foods, and needs information and logistics. So if the economy is not stable, if the economy is not at its own phase of position where it can support all this, then the soldier will surely die. A soldier cannot cross the borders, cannot fight without foods. If a soldier is empty, the stomach of a soldier is empty, then if he can fight or take over anything, says territory or powers. So I think that the weaponization of the economy, like we have our technology as a new battlefield, 5G, and then we have our semiconductors, advanced semiconductors exports also is very important, and then the countries which are dependent on other nations for semiconductors are strategically on its national risk, because whenever it depends on other nations for its semiconductors and all other kinds of things, then I think that it is on a very high risk situation, because it is underdeveloped economy. So we need to think about the economy in such a way that it is one who will decide, and definitely it will decide that the new world order will be decided by it. So I think we also need to take a look on what our economy is based upon. It needs to be based upon investments. It needs to be based upon all other kinds of banking transactions, and then on our investments in manufacturing of AI or artificial intelligence. So every important thing for us, and it's almost economy decides the new world order. If we take a look, as our honorable friend has mentioned, that economy is this Strait of Hormuz has been banned, and then the whole world is on its impact and has an impact on the economy of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wan Byang. Now I move on against call a candidate from against the motion. So I move on to serial number 9, Nayonika De, serial number 9. Please take the podium.
Friends, we have heard lots today already, and I'm sure we will hear lots more. But much of it will flow over our heads, for they are all in Greek. So I, on my part, for convenience, shall stick to simple and plain English. Now, we all have that one friend in our class, that one mean student whom we absolutely despise, do we not? Now imagine, that same student pressurizes his friends into buying him lunch. Otherwise, he will not submit their group project. The group panics, but then they pause. They split the work, get it done, and hand it in. Without him, of course. Now this is an excellent example of what weaponization of the economy looks like. His power lasted only as long as the others tolerated it. We are all aware of what we did not tolerate, however, which ended in the very big resignation just recently in Delhi. Good afternoon, respected Speaker, sir, respected judges, my worthy opponents, and the dear audience. I am Noyonika De, and I shall be speaking against the motion that is, weaponization of the economy is deciding the new world order. Now, when countries use trade, supply, or energy as tools of pressure, it can create shock, panic, and fear. But that shock is temporary. It does not last long. It forces other people to act, and those actions are often the ones that shape the big future. Let's go back to the 1973 OPEC oil embargo, something I'm sure we all are aware of today. It caused long gas lines, sky-high soaring prices. For a while, it looked like control of energy and economy could actually rewrite global politics. But instead, something else happened. Nations saved energy, found new sources, and invested in efficiency. This only made them less dependent, not more. Even recent attempts to use gas supplies as leverage did cause immediate disruption, yes, I won't deny that, but it also produced a deeper, more strategic response. Countries built terminals, sped up renewable projects, and diversified suppliers. By boosting local production and strengthening alliances, they traded their short-term pain for long-term gain. When suppliers weaponize access, they lose their trust and credibility. Customers begin treating them as risks and hastily look for new alliances, new acquaintances, new sources. Economic coercion can sting hard, very hard, but it often accelerates innovation and shifts towards more diverse and strategic systems over lasting control. Shocks can and do startle, yes, but systems decide the future. Those investing in shared systems, clean energy, flexible supply chains will lead the next era. Fearful tactics might win the headlines today, but never the big game tomorrow. Power that forces people to stay is brittle, but power that makes people want to stay is enduring. Choose the latter and shape an equitable and just future. Otherwise, we will end up with mavericks in power who think they can rule the world, but oftentimes they do no more than just turn themselves into Gen Z memes. Now that was a great lesson in simple English. Thank you.
That was very nice, Neonika. It got me off my slumber. So, next, we move on to for the motion. For the motion, I call serial number 13, Safia Pinkintian. Safia, please take the podium.
Armies marches on stomach, which means economic sustained military power, stated by Napoleon. Good afternoon, respected judges, Speaker Sir, and to all the members of the House. Today, I rise to strongly support for the motion. This House believes that weaponization of the economy is deciding the new world order. Yes, there was a time when military power has to conquer territories, but now we are in a new different generation where assets, tariffs, sanctions are deciding the new world order. आज की दुनिया में सबसे बड़े हथियार सबसे बड़ा हथियार अव्यवस्था है. लेकिन yes, there are also sometimes that nations in the world use military power, which we see missiles are being used in many countries, and it has led to it has taken a lot of innocent lives. But when we see in this generation where assets are being used in many countries like China, Ukraine, Russia, and India. Furthermore, I would like to also express how proud I felt when India, during COVID-19, it was able to export the vaccine to many countries, which led to India image being geopolitical, and it has enhanced its image in the world. Yes, now I would also understand that the battlefield has changed. It has changed from land to market, from bullets to assets. And yes, we can also understand that in this world, it is not just about armies, it is not just about military anymore, but it's about technology rise, it's about the assets that each country has, and that determines the world. That determines how powerful the country is in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. That was Sophia for the motion. Now we move against the motion. So for against the motion, I call upon serial number 11, Anushka Das. Anushka, please take the podium.
Good afternoon, respected judges, respected speaker, sir, my worthy opponents, and my dear teammates. I'm Anushka, and today I'll be going against the motion weaponization of the economy is deciding the new world order. We are told today that we are in a grim new era where world trade is not a bridge but a battlefield, where we say those who control the microchips, those who freeze central bank assets, and those who control the maritime choke points, they rule the 21st century. They say the weaponization of the economy is deciding the new world order. But in my opinion, I think that's a huge misunderstanding. Weaponization of the economy is not a new way to rule the world. It's a way to destroy it. It creates severe instability and forces the world to break down into isolated regional fortresses. Countries who use weaponization of the economy, they don't force the targeted countries to be destroyed, to submit to their to demands. They force them to grow more. They force them to adapt to They force them to use their own indigenous resources and not rely on them anymore. For example, let's take the Iran-USA war. Iran stopped oil shipment through the Strait of Hormuz, hoping that USA will stop the war. But did that really stop it? No. Sure, the world was in chaos. They did not know what to do without the oil. But did it really stop USA from attacking Iran? No. USA instead relied on more military power. They destroyed Iran. They made it rebels. Controlling the Strait of Hormuz practically did nothing. In the Russia-Ukraine war, as the leader of the Treasury said, USA stopped the SWIFT bank transactions of Russia, freezing millions in the banks. But did that really stop Russia from fighting with Ukraine? No, instead, Russia adapted. They still fought with Ukraine. Did it ever stop? It didn't. So let's take an example in India only. USA and India near 1954, they had a deal so for USA to give food grains to India. But in late 1960s, they stopped it because India refused to change the policy according to USA. Sure, India was in a they were in a deep mess. But that also led to the Green Revolution. Now India, instead of being dependent on USA, is now a net exporter of food. It forced India to become more powerful than USA. So in my opinion, weaponization of the economy, it doesn't really destroy a nation. It forces them to be more adaptable. It forces them to become more powerful. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we move on for the motion. Okay, that is for the motion. We have next on the list is serial number 17, Hazaya CM. Am I pronouncing it correct? Am I pronouncing it correct? Is it correct? How do I pronounce your name? Hazaya. So I'm correct. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for the confirmation. Yeah, please take the podium. Okay.
Respected Speaker, honorable judges and worthy opponents here, I have to admit, I truly find today's debate rather amusing, not because of the motion, but because somewhere in this room, there are still people who believe that in 2026, the world's greatest weapon is a tank. Well, I disagree. Today, ladies and gentlemen, respected Speaker, I will give you 3 points, and this will enter your mind. I want you all to chant with me, EMT. Throughout these 3 points, I will explain to you why the opposition seems, and after I'm done with my debate, with my speech, you will see how clearly the opposition is living in a facade. So let me ask you first. How many of you came here with a car? How many came with a bike? How many came with a scooty? Well, I myself came with a scooty. And what do you use to run these vehicles? Petrol, right? And what happens if fuel suddenly is cut? That's the question we're going to answer today. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first point that I have for you today, E. What does E stand for? Energy. Let me ask the opposition something. Can a fighter jet fly without fuel? Can a tank move without diesel? And can an ambulance save lives without petrol? Right here, I have with me the Niti Aayog stats on how India imports 85% of its crude oil. 85%. What a big statistic, right? And imagine, mishap in the Middle East can suddenly increase prices from 94 to 104 rupees. Isn't this the economy controlling how we live every day? It's not modern warfare anymore. It's economy. You don't need a bomb. You don't always need to bomb a country. Sometimes you just need to make energy expensive. Point number 2, money. Energy, money. Remember, how many of you right now are carrying straight hard cash? If you can, please raise your hands. Straight hard cash. See? Exactly proves my point. 2, 3 people, right? And the rest of you, what do you rely on? UPI and all these online payments. This exactly proves my point. Economy is built this way. And now tell me, if these apps are suddenly to go online tomorrow, what will you use? How are you going to make your payments? And suddenly you'll be saying to yourself, are you worried about the country's borders? Or are you worried about how you're going to finally take a Rapido ride home? How many of you use Rapido? You need to pay money for that. That, my friends, is the power of economy. Point number 3, technology. Energy, money, technology. What do we have in our hands? Of course, I don't have it right now, but what do we use in our hands? Astrologers might say, oh, you have the fate of your hands. You might read the pattern. But in our hands nowadays, technology, we use mobile phones. Inside that phones are thousands of semiconductor components. And without these advanced chips, modern economies slowed down. Now, let me ask you one final question. Who really influences the modern world? What if I told you that before this debate even started today, 200 years ago in the past, the answer was given to us? How many of you have heard of Napoleon Bonaparte? I'm sure most of you must know who Napoleon is, right? In the 1800s, the British Army was stranded in Europe with no way for the UK government to send them gold to pay the soldiers. But the Rothschild's family paid 9.8 million directly to the troops to fund the war. And the result, Napoleon at Waterloo won the battle. These organizations, as I said, BlackRock, Rothschild's family run the world. And this is just these two companies itself is enough to prove that governments are just controlled by this and economy is the real power. So finally, remember, energy, money, technology. And to end my speech, I would like to say, the country that controls what you depend on, what we depend on, doesn't need to conquer your borders, because if you control the supply chain, you control the money, you have already won the warfare. Thank you, and with that, I end my speech.
Next, we move on to against the motion. I call upon Sri number 12, Kamwat Thadrang Rabong. Please take the podium.
Honorable Speaker, sir, as a member of the opposition, I stand here to strongly disagree with the motion. Weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. Before we start this debate, we should understand first the word deciding. To decide means to be the ultimate determining force. Economic weaponization is powerful, yes. It's influential, yes. But influence is not the same as determination. Well, if economic weaponization truly decides world order, then why do the greatest economic countries spend trillions on cybersecurity and artificial intelligence and space technology? It's because they understand one superior reality, that is, innovation creates power and sanctions merely create pressure. And no major transformation in human history without ideas, creativity and research. And yes, let's examine the role of sanctions. You know, as my previous speaker has said, let's look at Russia-Ukraine. You know, during the Russia-Ukraine, Russia faced one of the most extensive sanctions in modern history. But Russia did not surrender. In fact, it continued to play the role in international affairs. In modern days, the economy is like there's no single power who controls the world. The world is multipolar. And also, countries today do not submit to economic pressure. They diversify their trade. They form new partnership, and they form new friends to build their ways of income. So, respected Speaker, sir, if economic alone decides world order, then what about those countries who don't have enormous economic power? Are their voices relevant? Are their voices unheard? No. Countries sometimes influence through culture, through population, through collective actions, not just through economy. And yes, in the 21st century, there's also a power that sanction cannot buy. That is soft power. A nation may force compliance through sanction, but it cannot sanction its way into respect. Yes, true influence is not about forcing others to follow you. It's about making others want to follow you. Therefore, economic alone does not decide the world order. What decides the world order is diplomacy and military modernization. And yes, if economic alone decide world order, then diplomacy would be unemployed. Where is their foreign minister? My opponents, I think they should think about that. So, respected Speaker, sir, I would say that history will not remember a nation who pressured the war. It remember a nation who transformed it. Therefore, the future will not belong to a nation that punished the world. It will remember a nation that inspired it. Only this. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Kamwad. That was made me sit on my seat. Okay. Now we move on for the motion. The next speaker that I call upon is Lakhamti Kharkangor, serial number 25. Lakhamti Kharkangor. Yes.
I would like to start with a quote. In the last decade, I'd say we have seen pretty much the weaponization of any kind of capabilities and economic activities. It could be financial flows, energy supplies, or technology. This is the reality of the world. Unquote. Words spoken by our foreign ministers, S.J. Shankar. Good morning, respected judges, Speaker Sir, my worthy opponents, and everyone present. Today, I, Lakhamti Kharkangor, stand before you to support the motion, Weaponization of Economy is Deciding the New World Order. History proves that nations don't need to fire a single bullet to prove and to bring down another nation to its knees. In 1917, Britain never landed a single soldier on German soil, but by heavily weaponizing naval blockade to enforce a strict economic chokehold on German soils, it caused widespread starvation and severely crippled Germany's machine war industry. Now take the Yom Kippur War. This war proved that once economy is attacked, there's nothing left. And even if you're the winner, strategically, you're not. When West powers moved to resupply Israel, it triggered one of the most powerful economic weapon in modern history, the 1973 OPEC embargo. Arab OPEC members, they had weaponized their oil exports and deployed a total embargo on Israel and its US and its allies, directly stalling their Western economies and stalling the only thing that keeps the countries alive. Just like my speakers and my teammates had response, EPT, energy. They had attacked the energy. My friends, my audience, Speaker Sir. Now, if we go to today's relevance now that it has, debt trap diplomacy. Our neighboring country, Sri Lanka, couldn't repay its loans. And then it had to sign a 99-year lease. Hambantotapur sold. 15,000 surrounding acres sold. Russia-Ukraine war. West opening strike wasn't military deployment. It was to freeze the bank assets of Russian central bank's reserves via SWIFT. This had caused them to cripple. And if we are talking about military and other factors like cybersecurities and military, then I must say that all these things need chips, need assets, need energy, need money to run. Currency dominance, export bans on chips. India's own position on G20 presidency proves this, that economy is still standing and is very, very much prominent on the 21st century. There's nothing holding it back. If military is coming first for you, then I must say my opponents are living in the past, which is not prevalent anymore. Military wins battles. Economy wins peace that follows and outlasts it. Thank you. With that, I would like to conclude my speech.
Thank you, Lakhamti. Judges, we quickly move on to our next speaker who will be against the motion. For against the motion, I call upon serial number 18, Darshana Patuvari.
A very good afternoon, respected Mr. Speaker, sir, and the Honorable August House. So today's motion comprises of two major parts, the weaponization of economy and the New World Order. Now, with due respect to my proposition, I think that they've either not gone through history or they simply assume the world comprises of just 4 to 5 countries. Otherwise, we're not even debating the same motion anymore. So through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, I seek clarification from my proposition. What exactly do they mean by world order? Do they mean the world of 198 countries, or do they mean the world of just a handful of countries? Because, sir, had the motion said the weaponization of economy will affect the future of a few countries, I would have wholeheartedly agreed. But it doesn't. It says the world. Is it really possible, Speaker, sir? Let me walk the House through a few moments in history. In 1941, the US used oil as an economic weapon against Japan. But did Japan surrender? No. It fought back. Again, during the 1980s, Mr. Speaker, sir, the US imposed heavy trade restrictions and tariffs on Japan. But did Japan collapse? No, sir. In fact, currently it is the world's 4th largest economy and global leader in technology. Similarly, in 1998, after India's Pokhran nuclear test, the US and several other countries imposed heavy sanctions on India, restricting technology transfer and financial assistance. But did India collapse? Did it stop its nuclear tests? Did it stop being a major power? No, Mr. Speaker, sir. In fact, we invested even more heavily in our indigenous nuclear capabilities, expanding ISRO and attracting numerous foreign investments into our IT sector. And today, through initiatives like the Atmanirbhar Bharat, we have become even more self-reliant in several strategic sectors. So my ruling keeps on talking about Russia today. Fine. Since 2014, and even more extensively after 2022, Russia faced extensive sanctions, from its gas to oil to banking system to technology to its foreign assets, to the point that it became one of the most sanctioned countries in modern history with over 16,000 sanctions. But did Russia's economy collapse? No. In fact, sir, in 2023, Russia's GDP grew by 3.2%, and it became even more self-reliant in sectors like food productions and defense manufacturing. So what do all these examples prove, Mr. Speaker, sir? That simply because we use economy as a weapon, all these countries collapsed? Of course not. In fact, history has often proved the opposite. Economic pressure often pushes countries to start innovating more, become more self-reliant, and most importantly, start to adapt. And if there is anything about us humans, is that we learn to adapt. That is how nations survive. Of course, there are a few countries who would give in to economic pressure, but the motion does not say a few countries, it says the world. So is it truly right to generalize this across the whole world when we clearly have examples of so many countries becoming better, in fact, after economic pressure? Because, sir, to control something as big as the world order, just good economy is not enough. You need military power. You need technological superiority. You need strategic resources. And most importantly, you need the power to influence beyond your borders. Take North Korea, for example. North Korea's GDP is about $26 billion, whereas that of the US is around $32 trillion. The difference is enormous. Yet, despite years of sanctions, diplomatic isolation, as well as pressure from the US and its allies, North Korea successfully conducted 6 nuclear experiments between 2006 and 2017. Because North Korea understands that its power comes not from its economic sector, but rather its military capacity. Therefore, in the end, Mr. Speaker, sir, if my ruling still believe that just weaponizing the economy is more than enough to change something like the world order, I have to say that history has a very strange way of proving them wrong. Every country they expected to collapse endured. Every country they expected to give up adapted. Because at the end of the day, even after so many countries imposed so many sanctions, these countries survived. Because world order is not just decided by a fat wallet, but rather the power to influence, adapt, and become self-reliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Darshana. That was a very insightful, interesting speech. Next, I call upon, for the motion, we have serial number 27, Damebante Nangrong.
So good afternoon everyone present here. My name is Damebante Nongrum and I stand firmly here today to speak in the topic Weaponization deciding the new world order, and I stand firmly for the motion. Weaponization of the economy doesn't mean that nowadays so firstly I would like to say that since February 2022, the UK, US and EU Union have frozen assets of Russia's, which are approximately more than $400 billion, and out of which $285 billion are in central bank reserve. As a result, China is forced to trade off with. As a result, Russia is forced to trade with China over 90% of its trade in rubles and yuan. Secondly, in recent years, since in the year 2022, 2023, 24, and in March 25 and in March 2025 and June 2025, the US has imposed strict tariffs on China on the export of rare earth and heavy earth materials. China, in return, also restricted imports of its rare earth and heavy earth metals, which China is responsible for refining about 85 to 90% of its total of. China refines about 85 to 90% of total rare earth materials, and about 90% of its total heavy earth materials. As a result, US used to trade around 333 tons of E-grit towards. As a result, US bound shipments of E-grit, which used to be around 333 tons every year, has fallen down to approximately 70 tons, a 95% decrease in imports. As a result, weaponization of the economy is truly deciding the world order in the terms of trade, finance, and not just guns and troops. Thank you.
Next we call upon against the motion. For that I call serial number 22, Tanishka Goyal. Tanishka.
Adandayo nam ragosyasi. Adandayo nam ragoyo asti. Yah dharme saha na tishtati. Honorable judges, my worthy opponents and esteemed audience, this ancient verse from the Manusmriti carries a timeless truth that no power, no system, and no weapon stands above moral order and fundamental law. Yet today's motion asks us to believe that the weaponization of the economy is deciding the new world order. It asks us to believe that the future of the humanity is written by economic coercion, that sanctions, chip embargoes, trade tariffs, and dollar dominance are the masters of our economic new world order. Well, I, Tanishka Goyal, a proud student of 11th Science from Army Public School, Shillong, firmly stands against this motion. The weaponization of the economy does not decide the new world order. The new world order is not something which is very easy to just strategize through. The new world order is very complex that cannot just be designed by economic coercion. What actually shapes our world order is resilience, strategic self-reliance, technological innovation, and hard security.
When you weaponize global tools, you destroy the trust that makes them powerful. Let's look at the example of SWIFT and dollar revenues which were weaponized. Did this target country surrender? No. Instead, it created a wave of de-dollarization. Countries were forced to build local currency trade routes and alternative payment methods. Weaponize energy and nations will pivot to renewables, weaponize microchips, and they will pour billions into the local manufacturing. Actually, economic weapons act just like antibiotics. You use too many of them, and the world will build immunity to it. A tool that forces your rivals to become self-sufficient cannot create any order. Instead, it destroys its own leverage. And let's not confuse financial leverage for decisive order. The New World Order is not decided by The New World Order will not be decided by countries who push their neighbors through financial blackouts. It will be decided by sovereign strength, by self-reliance and technological breakthroughs. Economic weapon is a symptom that is included in shifting of the world. And it's not the master of it. Thank you, Jai Hind, and may you all have a great day ahead.
Thank you, Tanishka. Well, the debate is heating up now. It's to make it more hotter for the judges to decide. I call upon now for the motion serial number 28, Giarani.
The battlefields of the 21st century are not always fought in the battlefields, but are also fought in boardrooms, stock markets, and trade negotiations. Honorable Speaker, sir, honorable judges, and everyone present here, a very good afternoon to all of you. As I, Giarani, from class 12 Science B of Army Public School, I stand firmly in belief that weaponization of economy is now deciding the new world order. Let's just imagine a moment that a country does not send its army across the border. It does not fire a single missile. Yet another country economy starts struggling. Technology becomes unavailable and global influence starts shrinking. How is that possible? The answer is simple: economic power. Before, let's understand what actually weaponization of the economy means. Weaponization of economy means that using economic tools like sanctions, trade restrictions, tariffs, and controlling financial systems. This is, in simple words, we can say that nowadays countries are using their economic power as weapons. The reason I support this is that as the economic pressure achieves what a military action cannot. During Russia-Ukraine war, as we all know, many countries imposed sanitation on Russia as to control it. This shows that a nation's decision can be weakened by economic. Without firing a single shot, economies can be shaken. Secondly, technology are the new source of power, as the competition between China and United States is also about who controls the advanced technology. Now, the technology, controlling the technology means controlling the global politics. Countries use supply chains, partnerships. They build partnerships, proving that economy influences the global partnership as well. Now, my worthy opponent may argue that military is also important to decide the world order. Yeah, military is important, but a nation often uses its economy before military force because it is effective and long-term agreement. Today, the countries doesn't partnership with the countries with military security. They also partnership with those who has trades, investments, and many more things. So, today, therefore, I firmly believe that the weaponization of economies is deciding the new world order. Thank you.
Next, I call from against the motion. Against the motion, it's Melam Shah John Sutton. Melam Shah.
Greetings to everyone present here. Today, I want to ask you a very simple question. Is a country powerful due to its money or its people? Is a country's power decided by its money or its people? So, greetings to everyone present here, respected speaker, judges, and all of my dear friends and worthy opponents. Today, I'm standing for against the motion of the weaponization of the economy. Firstly, I would like to put you in the point of view of a normal person. A person who has dreams of becoming a businessman, a trader. But due to tariffs and sanctions, he needs to pay taxes. Now, these taxes are needed to be paid by the traders, right? So what will that person do if he lacks the required money? Another very simple question is I want to ask the opponent team. If you're saying that petroleum is a renewable fuel, is a fuel that's required by trading, isn't there green energy, clean energy, a way of energy where the climate also becomes advanced, where the climate also can gain advantage from it? Petroleum is not ruling this world anymore. What is ruling is the green energy. Now, think of a person who wants to buy some food for his family. But due to the weaponization of the economy, or due to restrictions of trade, the country is lacking the needed resources. A person who has a simple right to live, that right is taken away from him because of that very weaponization. A country getting ruled by money, corruption. If a country really is ruled by the people, then it is a democracy, a form of government where the people are the powers. Now, if those people can't provide that power, then it isn't a proper country. Now, the economy is something which money is gained from the people. The people are the one in power, not the government. In this country, we are a Swadeshi country, a country which is self-reliant, a country that is not reliant on trade. But yes, some of it. But most of it can be gained from our country itself. Now, another thing I want to point out is how it weakens globalization. Globalization is the allies of a country. If that globalization is weakened, what will a country do? What will the world do? The new world order is a type of order where everyone can live in harmony, in peace. But if the economy is failing, if the economy is something which the country is using to threaten other countries, then the people will face consequences. The country will face consequences. That is all. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.
That was serial number 23, Melam Shah John Sutton. Next. Okay, do you all also want a break? Would you like to have a break of a minute or so? Okay, let's take a 2 minutes break, judges. We'll take a 2 minutes break. Okay? Anybody would like to utilize this time, you can do so. Okay? 2 minutes. Yes, yes, you are. You are. You have a 2 minutes break. Excuse me, can I just yes, please. Yeah, please go, please go, please go. This 2 minutes break is for you to go to the washroom in case you would like to, okay? So, are all of you back? Somebody from here is still, we are still awaiting somebody here. Who's sitting here? So, all your teammates are back, right? So, can we start? Okay, with your permission, although this is going live in YouTube, okay, the entire proceeding is going live on YouTube, I would still like to sip a cup of tea because I expect this going to be a long evening. So can I sip my cup of tea also at the same time with the permission? Okay, thank you so much for your graciousness. Not look very nice going live, but I think the situation demands it. I'm swinging one way and the others as I hear you all, so I do need a cup of tea. So we'll start as soon as our judges are ready. The last speaker was Madam Shaw, right? Am I right? Was against the motion. Who was the last? Was it Jiva or was it Madam Shaw? I think Madam Shaw, right? Okay. Madam has come back? Okay. Judges, can we start? Okay, okay. So we will now move on to the next speaker, who will be for the motion. And for that, I call the speaker from serial number 31, Sharin Kharbuli. Sharin, please give her a big round of applause.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I am Sharon Kharbuli, here to prove my point without using extravagant words, nor by being loud, nor by digging history. I am here to prove my point in the simplest way possible for you guys to understand and to memorize it and to make my fellow opponents also realize why they chose the wrong side. In today's world, countries are not fighting with weapons, they are fighting with their economic strength. Powerful nations are doing everything they could to ruin the other country's economy to influence their decisions. In today's world, where we live, where we need, economic is the main thing that we need. Here, what if you need something, like someone quote, a fat wallet could do it everything. We need a fat wallet. Speaking about this, countries with higher economy have greater influence on global decisions, which can change the balance of power sharing. Powerful nations can impose sanctions, restrict export, and also it can do one of the main things, weaken other countries' economy. This is why people say that economy helps to shape the new world order. I stand here proudly to say that I agree. What do we need in this world? People say money can't buy happiness. Everything we own in this generation, we get that by having money. Money is all we need in this generation. If I talk about that, I do sound wrong. But if stating facts makes me sound wrong, then I am proud to say that I stand here being wrong in front of everyone. Saying that money does buy happiness, not for me, but for my opponents who believe economy is not the only thing that can shape the world order. Thank you.
Next, I call upon, against the motion, Bethania Kongla, serial number 26.
Honorable Speaker, sir, respected judges, and everyone present here. The motion for today is weaponization of the economy is the new world order. Today's debate is not about whether weaponization exists. It undoubtedly does, But the real question is whether it has become the foundation of international order. That is a claim my proposition simply cannot prove. A world order is not defined by the most fashionable instrument of statecraft. It is defined by the ultimate source of power that states simply cannot afford to ignore. The defining pillar is the one that determines the final stage, the final state behavior, and not the instrument that every tool ultimately depends upon. During the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union, they fought among themselves, economically, politically, and ideologically, and yet it was mutually assured destruction that kept them from fighting. It was the understanding that nuclear war will destroy both sides. It was nuclear and military deterrence that prevented direct conflict and global stability. This principle still holds true, because after Russia invaded Ukraine, thank you.
I would urge the contestants that in case you feel you have lost, you've forgotten a point, ponder a bit if you have a time, and if you can recollect, good enough. Okay? Or try to utilize your time. Next, I call for the motion. For the motion, I call now serial number 32, Anushri Paul.
Respected judges and my fellow delegates, I stand firmly in support of the motion. Weaponization of the economy is deciding the new world order. In today's world, power has been no longer measured by the size of an army, but measured by the strength of an economy. Countries now use sanctions, trades, investments, and technology to influence other nations. Wars are no longer fought with guns, but they are fought with money. Powerful countries now use sanctions, tariffs, and trade bans instead of military attacks. These measures can weaken an entire economy without firing a single bullet. For example, sanctions on Russia after the Ukraine war affected its economy and global trade. Control over trade means control over nation. Countries that controls the countries that controls important routes or exports are influencing global politics. Technology has become an economic weapon. Advanced technologies like AI, semiconductors, and 5G is now a strategic asset. This creates a new kind of economic battlefield. In the 21st century, the world's strongest weapon is no longer the missile, it is the market. The nations that control trade, financial, technology, and energy are the nations which are shaping the new world order. Therefore, I finally believe that the weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. Thank you.
Thank you, Anushree. Now we move on to against the motion. For that, I call upon Vihan Sharma, serial number 29. Judges, serial number 29, Vihan Sharma.
So, Mr. Speaker, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, my worthy opponents, as well as the dear audience. So, today the proposition is believing that weaponization of the economy is deciding the new world order. Well, if so, then why do superpowers still buy weapons? They spend so much money on defense expenditures. Why? Because they know that money cannot save them, but weapons can. They know that they cannot negotiate with a tank at their doorstep. They know that they cannot change the laws of physics when a missile is headed for the capital. It is so. The proposition apparently believes that alliances are bought with fat bundles of money. No, they're bought with keeping a thought in mind that whether those countries can protect us in case if a war breaks out. Yes, that is how alliances are made, and therefore I stand today as one of the opposition from the motion. So, a military strategist, Karl von Kautz, famously quoted that the political object is the goal. The war is the means of reacting to it, and means can never be considered isolated from the purpose. Well, I think that the proposition is forgetting the purpose here. The purpose is about weapons, because you cannot fight war with money. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Next, against the motion, I call upon, for the motion, I stand corrected. Now I call for the motion. I call serial number 33, Binisha Sharma. Binisha, serial number 33.
Economic power is the strongest and the single most decisive function which is deciding and emerging the new world order. Good afternoon, the speaker and my respective judges. Today I'm here standing for the motion. Military strength and the diplomatic influences both are increasingly rested on the economic foundations. The rise in the multipolarity functions due to the economic growth in Asia, particularly China and India, are of a high state, the New World Order will not be called only as the Western economic dominance alone. The US dollar's dominance is tested by the de-dollarization efforts, including increasing currencies of yuan, rupees, and digital currencies. Control over the payments and currencies will determine which nation will lead the new order. Economic security is the national security. Nations are reshoring current industries to reduce the dependence on the rivals. The AI and the green energy are the battlegrounds today. AI, that is artificial intelligence, have been a common part in the economic status and can help in the economic functions. Thank you.
Okay. That was Binisha Sharma. I think what I had clarified earlier also, I repeat that. It's not expected that you will probably remember everything. You're allowed to carry your notes with you, okay? It was told earlier also, you're allowed to carry notes. Just don't read from the prepared speech. It is not permitted, okay? It'll be understood. You can carry your points and all. If you, in case you've forgotten, you can refer to them, okay? So feel free to carry your notes with them. There's no harm in that, okay? Now we move on against the motion. For against the motion, I call serial number 30, Wang Yan Wangshu.
Is weaponization of economy deciding the new world order? No, weaponization of economy is creating a new world order. A very good afternoon to my fellow judges and my fellow competitors. I am Wang Yan Wangshu, and I am against the motion. What I mean by when I say is weaponization of economy creating a new world order is that we are currently living in the modern interregnum, which experts have defined as the midpoint between the unipolar old world and the new multipolar world. Economic warfare is only viable in a unipolar world where only one power dominates all fields of life. But in a multipolar world, economic warfare is not the most important factor in deciding global politics and global power structures. In a multipolar world, nations are more focused on their national security, internal stability, and resource self-sufficiency more than being part of the global economic system, due to which the global economic system will be weakened and institutions such as SWIFT, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, and the IMF will lose their relevancy. We have seen what happens in a multipolar world, which it was during the Second World War, where despite the United States having such economic dominance over other countries, had to still use military might to bomb Germany night and day to achieve victory on all fields. The truth is, economic warfare only works when one power has all cards has all cards, while in a multipolar world, while in a multipolar world, which has happened several times and which will begin to form as the United States loses its relevancy and countries such as China and India and the European Union rise in power will begin to focus more on technological advancements and demographic stability and resource management other than economic warfare. As due to economic interdependence, economic warfare is a negative sum game where the attacking country loses just as much as the targeting country, due to which economic warfare is not a viable solution for global stability and global power structures. The truth is, economy will be the factor which will lead to countries abandoning the current power structure and creating a new power structure where demographics, technological advancements, and resource management will be the biggest factors in deciding the new world order. Thank you.
Next we call for the motion serial number 37, Cleric Jaden Wanyang. In case I am mispronouncing any name, please correct me. I like to correct the names, like to pronounce the names correctly. Okay?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
With your permission, may I be allowed to present some tangible evidences?
Yes, you may. You may. I take the permission from the judges. Okay, you may. Serial number 37, Cleric Jaden Wanyang.
Mr. Speaker, at first I would like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for choosing the right side. He wanted to give his speech from this podium, but then the Honorable Speaker did not allow it. It's all right. We know that you support us, but your heart is with us. Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker and my fellow parliamentarians, when I was in New Delhi, I had the opportunity of meeting the Ambassador of Spain, Mr. Paul, and the Ambassador of Iran, Dr. Fatali. And from my conversation with the two, one thing was certain, and that is they were against unilateral economic sanctions. Military confrontation is expensive. Nuclear escalation, let us not go there. This is why we are moving towards a new trend, and that is the weaponization of the global economy, which in my opinion is the deliberate use of trade, finance, investment, or supply chains as instruments to force countries. Now, for many years we were given this assumption that if the global economy integrated into one, then countries would think 1,000 times before attacking their neighbors, because in the end it would hurt them, their people, their economy. But is that what we are seeing here in the 21st century? Absolutely no. The very economic interconnectedness has led to two things. Number one, economic blockade. When the major powers disagree with some countries, they do three things. Number one, impose secondary sanctions. Number two, cut them off from the SWIFT international banking system. Number three, freeze their foreign assets. Number two, supply chain leverage. Microchips, rare earth mineral, AI models, green infrastructure are no longer just commodities. National governments, they discuss days or even years before they decide whether or not to export this particular intelligence or this particular model to another country, whether or not it is in line with their national interests. Now, how has the world reacted to this? De-dollarization, number one. Countries and regional alliances such as BRICS are now encouraging countries to trade in their local currencies to reduce reliance on the US dollar. Why? So that they can safeguard themselves from unilateral sanctions. Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago, 2 days ago, the United States imposed sanctions on some countries. This is the list of those countries. 60 countries the United States of America imposed sanctions on. And the one in red is India with a few hearts. So this is proof, Mr. Speaker, that economic weaponization is the new threat. Number two, economic versus military. It is no longer a battle between the US-led NATO, the Chinese-led SCO, or the Russian-led CSTO. It is a battle between who controls the trade corridors, the hi-fi technology, and the rare earth minerals. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, my worthy opponents have brought up certain factors such as military power, nuclear weapons, democracy. The leader of the opposition mentioned geography. Well, these are factors which do contribute to geopolitical settings, and I do not disagree with that. As a matter of fact, those countries in the UNSC formally run the world. But my only question is, what funds this intelligence? What funds the military? What gives leverage to this diplomacy? It is money. Mr. Speaker, the question before the House is not whether economic weapons has replaced military or diplomacy. This is a point where the opposition has been going over and over again and is somewhat misleading. The question is whether states increasingly choose to use them, and yes, they are. Today, economic factors is no longer just a byproduct of geopolitics. It is geopolitics. As a matter of fact, it is the foreign policy of countries. And lastly, before concluding, with regards to the comments made by the honorable member of the opposition, Ms. Anushka, about, quote-unquote, sanctions forces adaptability and does not seek surrender or destruction. I'm so sorry, but I have to formally condemn that, because the American blockade of Cuba ever since January 2026 has not even allowed a single drop of oil to enter. There is no electricity in Cuba. People are not adapting, they are suffering. And doctors are literally performing surgery with their mobile flashlights. I request the honorable member to refrain from such comments in the future. The 20th century asks, who has the strongest army? The 21st century asks, who controls supply chains, payment system, technology, and capital? And those countries who do so dictate the rules of the game. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Anil. Thank you, cleric. But please ask the speaker to remove some statement if you disagree. Please don't condemn them outright. You have no jurisdiction to do that, okay? You go via the speaker. You don't override the speaker. Please keep that in mind. Next, we move on to against the motion. For that, may I call serial number 38, Shina K. Haukip. Yes.
Respected Speaker, honorable members of the House, I rise to firmly oppose the motion. Now, before we can decide whether or not the economic weaponization is truly deciding the world order, I first want to ask a very simple question. What does it mean to decide a world order? Nobody is denying that economic weaponization is powerful. Nobody on this bench denies that. In fact, even the IMF concludes that economic weaponization is a central tool of modern geopolitics. Now, over the last few years, we've seen that countries have imposed numerous sanctions, tariffs, and export controls, which has led to one single unified order not rising. We have not moved towards one clear order. Instead, countries have diversified supply chains, built alternative payment systems, and most importantly, forged economic partnerships. Even the IMF concludes that growing economic coercion is driving fragmentation rather than one unified order. Mr. Speaker, sir, economic weaponization certainly is influencing state behavior, but unfortunately, my worthy opponents, influencing is not the same as decision. A force that leaves the world more fragmented, more contested, and more divided cannot reasonably be the force deciding a new world order. Now, we all know that the queen is the most powerful piece on a chessboard. Now, let's remove the rules and everyone else playing the game and even the board. And suddenly that queen isn't powerful anymore. It's just a piece of wood. The queen doesn't give power to the game gives the power to the queen. Economic weaponization works in the same way. Respected Speaker, sir, let's imagine this. A country imposes sanctions, let's say, but they don't just suddenly work because the country says so. They work only when the others enforce them. When banks freeze transactions, allies cooperate, and countries stop trading. In fact, even the US Government Accountability Office states that sanctions are generally most effective when they're backed by international organizations and cooperations from other states. So I would like to raise a question now. If economic weaponization needs institutions, alliances, and cooperation, is it really worthy enough to be a force which decides the entire world order? Its effectiveness comes from the system, it doesn't create it. Now, let's imagine this. Bhutan imposes sweeping sanctions against the United States today or tomorrow. Would Wall Street shake in their boots? Would global markets suddenly come to a halt? Of course not. Now let's change one thing. Say the United States is the one imposing sanctions on Bhutan. Now suddenly you'll see that governments react, markets pay attention, and businesses rethink their decisions.
Nothing about the economic tool changed. I repeat, nothing. But what changed was who was using it. This is because economic weaponization doesn't create economic power. Whether it be sanctions, export controls, or tariffs, they are only effective when they are backed by a country which already has enormous influence in the global economy in fields of finance, investment, and trade. Now, economists consistently describe sanctions and other economic measures as foreign policy tools whose effectiveness is derived from existing state economic leverage. I repeat, existing. It is not a source of that leverage itself. They don't create power. They depend on that power. Respected sir, I would like to conclude by saying that economic weaponization is certainly powerful. We've never denied that. But power alone is not enough to decide a new world order. Sure, it can influence it, but influence is not the same as decision. And with this, I rest my case. Thank you.
Okay, that is after Shina. Let me just remind both the leader of the Treasury and the opposition bench that at the end of the round, you'll be given 2 minutes to wind off the concluding speech. Okay, you have to conclude for your own group members. So keep on preparing, be prepared. Now we move on to for the motion. So for the motion, I call upon next speaker, serial number 41, Michelle Lingdo Linkoy.
Speaker, sir, before I start, I know that you heard that one of the members of the opposition said it's not only economy that decides the new world order. So they accept that economy thus decides the new world order. We got a dhokebaz on that opposition. And did Japan surrender? Well, no. But they did change their alliances. They changed their trade partners, which means new order. So it also means we got the meaning of the new world order. Good afternoon, respected speaker, sir, honorable judges, my worthy opponents, and everyone present here. Once nations conquer the world with swords, today they conquer it with sections, trade, technology, and money. Once Napoleon Bonaparte once said that when goods do not cross borders, soldiers will. Today I would argue that even soldiers no longer got the first choice. I, Michelle Lingdo-Linkoy, stand firmly in support of the motion that weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. What does weaponization of economy means, first of all? Well, people often say money talks. I disagree. Money doesn't just talk. Money commands. Money punishes. Money conquers. Money rewards. And money decides the balance of global power. That's what weaponization of economy means. So yes, money can destroy and conquer. Today, wars are no longer fought only on battlefields. They are fought in stock markets, banks, semiconductor factories, and supply chains. My first argument is economic sections. I may ask, my opponents may believe that military power decides the world. Well, let me ask them this. If armies are still the most powerful weapon, then why do nations impose sanctions before sending soldiers? Speaker, sir, after Russia invaded Ukraine, many countries froze Russian assets, restricted its banks, and cut access to global markets without firing a single bullet. Speaker, sir, economies worth billions of dollars were affected. This proves that economic pressure has become the first weapon of modern diplomacy. Wars begin with sanctions long before they begin with missiles. My second argument, Speaker, sir, is technology and trade. The United States and China are not fighting each other with tanks. They are fighting over semiconductor chips, artificial intelligence, and advanced technology. Countries now restrict exports of critical technology because speakers sir, they understand one simple truth. Those who control technology controls the future. So technology, by the way, technology comes under economy. So control of technology is a weapon. So technology is not on their favor. In conclusion, the New World Order is no longer New World Order is no longer decided by who has the largest army. It is decided by who controls finance, who controls trade, who controls technology, and who controls resources. As the famous saying goes, पैसों से तो दुनिया भी खरीद सकते हैं. Speaker sir, the United States uses tariffs as leverage in trade negotiations with India. It is using economic power to influence another country's decisions. That is economic weaponization. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Now we move on to against the motion. For against the motion, I call upon serial number 39, Devanjana Paul. Devanjana Paul. Speak against the motion.
Good afternoon, respected Speaker Sir, judges, and everybody present here. Today, I am be speaking from against the motion, and the topic is weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. Now let's break down the topic. First comes economy, then weaponization, and the world order. What does economy mean? In the most simplest way, economy is the flow of money happens in exchange of commercial activity. Weaponization, the use of money and resources for consolidating power. And world order, the interaction of power and authority across countries of the world. What is the debate about? Now let's we understand what is the debate about. Debate is about understanding how countries across the world utilize their economy to strengthen their power and authority. Secondly, understanding the shift in global politics whereby power is not just military power but also power of money and resources, which means power of economy. Now, against the motion, understanding the motion. To show that economy power might be a form of power, but it is not so major that it is dictating the new world order. Other forms of traditional power such as military strength still play a significant role. My first point is every economic sanction has a negative impact as well. It is not infinite power, which means economic power is not the ultimate power. We also have many different powers which also leading our world. Second point, military power is the base of all economic power. Without military power, economic power will not sustain. My worthy opponent have said before that economy is the most important power. Is it true? Military power is also there. Military power is also leading our world. If military power is not there, it is not possible for us to lead the world. Now let's example if
Thank you.
Pardon? Washroom? Okay, you may. You've spoken already, right? Okay, you may go. But come back as quickly as possible, okay? Now we move on to for the motion. So for the motion, I call serial number 45, Prince Kumar. Serial number 45.
The economy is stupid. These are not my words. These are the words of the citizen of a sanctioned country. Good afternoon, Speaker Sir, honorable judges, and my opponents who are here to lose fast, but not as fast as rupee falling on a bad Tuesday. Well, Speaker Sir, actually, how many wars have started with a bang? These days, wars start with bang. Nobody's storming.
You may refer to your notes.
Well, let's get on to sanctions. Well, everyone knows that the Westerns have imposed a sanction on US of assets $300 billion. Seriously, $300 billion. That's not diplomacy, ladies and gentlemen. That's like a movie scene. You know, have you heard of that Thanos snap, which vanished the whole half of the country? That's this. That's how dangerous economy is. Well, do you know how do we win a war? It's not by bombs, neither by guns. Just freeze the assets and you have won. That's how easy it is with the help of economy to win a war these days. And you know, there is a love triangle between USA, China, and semiconductors. There is an organization named TSMC making semiconductors. The Americans said that they won't be giving chips to China. So China said, it's okay, fine, we'll make our own. And now China, and nobody will be surprised if by the year 2030, if in all of our mobile phones will be using semiconductor chips made by China instead of the US. Well, earlier, I'd like to conclude by saying that earlier, empires were built by swords and shields. But now, empires are built by sanctions, spreadsheets, and by semiconductor yields. Thank you.
Next, I call upon, from against the motion, serial number 42, Payal Kumari Rai. Payal Kumari, yes.
So, a very pleasant afternoon to everyone present here. Myself, Payal Kumari Rai, I'm standing firmly against the motion that weaponization of the economy is deciding the new world order. Well, first of all, I've noted some points from my worthy opponents, and which we all know is, let me clarify your points. First of all, everybody, I don't know why everybody is obsessed so much with money, money, money. Yes, of course, money can buy happiness nowadays. But let me tell you, with money, you can fund nations, you can fund your weapons, missiles, but it cannot buy victory for a country. And first of all, everybody is so confused with the topic today, which says the economy. Yes, money is funding the economy, but Only the money is not the factor alone. It is, we have so many other factors. The technology, the missile power and all comes along with it. Only economy doesn't contribute nation's GDP. And let me clarify you, if your house is on fire, would you first not step out and do something for your safety? Or search all your bank balance at home? So safety is the first measure. Someone from the Treasury bench quoted, "Fat wallet." Yes, fat wallet fat wallet is necessary, but it doesn't guarantee a strong nation. Whoever controls the economy can control the power was quoted by someone, and yes, if it is true, then if it was true, then Elon Musk should be the leader of the UN. And if it's true, then Ambani and Danis would be leading the country and representing the parliament and not other political parties. Let me clarify you that only talking about the economy, yes, we are not denying that economy is not the factor, but it's not the only factor. We should also look about other determinants that also includes for a country to become a strong nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the economy is important, nobody denies that, and we all accept it because this is a necessary factor. But calling it the force, deciding the new world order is like saying the steering wheel drives the car. Really? Does it really happen? No. The fuel, the brakes, and most importantly the driver, without them, that beautiful steering wheel is just expensive decoration. Speaker, sir, I would like to ask a question to the House, that if economy is really necessary, yes, it is necessary, but why do nations spend trillions of dollars in funding their missiles? Why are USA and Russia and even North Korea is in the race, flexing their nuclear powers? This is necessary, and that's why I am here to strongly oppose the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so now, thank you, Payal. Now we move on to for the motion. For the motion, judges, I call serial number 47, Gideon Lingdo Nongsab. Gideon, yes, you can take on the podium, please.
A very good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, sir, respected judges and fellow participants and everyone present here. To keep things simple, what does economic weaponization means? It means using money, trade, supply chain, and technology instead of guns and bombs to push other countries around and get what you want. I stand firmly to support the motion that weaponization of the economy is deciding a new world order. I would like to give 3 points. Economic dependence creates power. When a nation totally relies on some other nation for their resources, such as fuel, energy, food, or raw materials, they hand indirectly their master key about their national security. Look at the rare earth materials. They are the key ingredients of building everything, starting from smartphone to electric vehicles. Because China, over 70% of these minerals it came from China. It can easily pressure the economics without firing a single bullet. When you control what other countries desperately need, you create their choices. Second point, sanctions are replacing bullets. Modern power is not measured by the military size. It is measured by the financial sanction that can paralyze the entire nation overnight. A missile can destroy a building, but sanction can weaken the economy. Financial pressure has become one of the most powerful tools in international relation. Financial isolation is the new front line. Third point, technology is the new battlefield. Now, we see that the world is being controlled by the brains of who is making the equipments, especially the microchips and AI. For example, when a major industry bans the shipping of microchips, competitors will freeze and will not build supercomputers, modern jets, or even medical tech. If you control microchips, you control the future. To sum it all up, in the 20th century, we see that the power is being measured by the size of the military. But now we are seeing that the power is being measured by economic strength. Look at it in this way. In older days, we see that the enemies, we need to beat the enemies, you send an invading army. Yet today, you can easily cut off their bank account, stop shipping their microchips, and turn off their supply chain. Honestly, it is like stopping a teenager credit card and not giving them Wi-Fi password. Instant surrender, right? Before I sit, I would like to give a statement. If military powers alone determine the modern world, why is the nation not only investing in armies? Yet today we see countries competing for market, technology, supply chain, and economic influence. This shift itself proved that economic power has become a decisive force in shaping a new world order. For this reason, I firmly support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Gideon. And now we move on to against the motion. The speaker for against the motion is now will be serial number 43, Akash Pradhan. Serial number 43, Akash Pradhan.
पैसों से दुनिया खरीद सकते हैं. I guess Elon Musk is on his way to sign the contract of the wall. Well, Honorable Speaker Sir, respected judges, my dear friends, a very good afternoon to all who are present here. Before I start, I want to ask a simple question to all of us. Is a person with the biggest bank balance is the owner or the most powerful person in the world? I don't think so. Or else Elon Musk would have been the owner of the world. As I start my speech, excuse me, judges, can I restart? As I got nervous. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for that. I got nervous at this point. So, sir, can I come afterwards? Excuse me, sir. Speaker, sir.
I think sufficient time was given to you. I don't think so. You can utilize the time given to you within you're carrying your notes. You can quickly refer to them and come back,
So,
because it would not be proper for me to give you an additional time ignoring the other participants. In that case, the other participants who also could not complete would seek the time. I cannot do that. Okay, please continue.
Sorry, sir. Okay, let us first talk about what is weaponizing of economy. This, sorry, sir. So can I restart last time, sir?
You have within time you can do. Within your own time you can do. Okay, but your time is running by. Please remember. Okay.
Today I stand here firmly against the motion weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. What does weaponizing of economy means? It includes the use of economical tools, tariff, sanctions, financial pressure, and resources to influence the other countries. If money alone decided the world, then the richest country would simply come up with the biggest bank balance as the principal of the school and would simply announce every morning that, "Good morning, students. Today's lesson is do what I say, because I have the biggest bank balance over here." As thank you. Sorry, sir.
That's all right. Take heart. Next time you come back more prepared. Okay. It's a lesson that life is hard, and you get the time, you get a small time, and you have to make the best use of the time. Okay? So everything positive comes out, even the negative. If you couldn't achieve that, do come back next time and take it to think that within that time only you have to, within the allotted time only you have to do whatever you're asked to do. Okay. Next we move on to for the motion. So for the motion, I call upon serial number 49, Irashinran Masar. Serial number 49, judges.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson, honorable judges, my worthy opponents, and everyone present. When economics becomes a battlefield, when economics becomes a weapon, humanity becomes the battlefield. I rise today to strongly support the motion, weaponization of the economy is deciding the new world order. There was a time when countries fought wars with armies and missiles. Today, the battlefield has changed. Nations can weaken one another through tariffs, sanctions, trade restrictions, and control over resources. In the 21st century, you don't always need a missile to bring one nation down its knees. Sometimes you need to control its money. One example is the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where nearly $300 billion of Russia's central bank reserves were frozen by the Western nations. This showed how financial power can be used as a strategic weapon without any traditional military attack. We have also seen this through President Donald Trump's use on tariffs, particularly against China. By raising tariffs on imports, the United States used trade not only as an economic policy, but also as a tool of geopolitical pressure. When tariff rises, borders may remain open, but the economic battlefield has begun. But perhaps the strongest example is the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important choke points. According to the US Energy Information Administration, around 20.9 million of barrels of oil per day passed through the strait of the first half of 2025. That is about 20% of global petroleum liquids consumption and roughly nearly a quarter of global petroleum maritime oil trade. One narrow waterway can influence fuel prices across the world, and one disruption can shake the global markets. This proves that today, control over resources and trade routes can be as powerful as control over armies. But distinguished chairperson and respected audience, in this race for power, we must never forget humanity. Behind every sanction is a family. Behind every trade war is a worker. And behind every economic crisis is a human being. Economic conflicts may target governments, but ordinary people often face rising prices, unemployment, shortages. Politics may draw the line, but people live with the consequences. My opponents may argue that military strength still defines global leadership, but even the strongest military depends on a strong economy. Weapons must be produced, soldiers must be paid, and technology must be funded. The strongest army cannot march without an economy to carry it. The world is therefore no longer divided by simply who has the biggest army. It is increasingly divided by who controls money, energy, technology, resources, and global trade. The new battlefield is not always a battlefield. Sometimes it is a bank, sometimes it is a tariff, and sometimes it is a trade route. In conclusion, from $300 billion in frozen reserves to tariffs to 20.9 million barrels of oil passing through the Strait of Hormuz every day, the evidence is clear. Economic power is shaping the new world order. But let us remember, power without humanity becomes oppression, and politics without compassion becomes destruction. As we shape this new world order, let humanity come before politics and peace before power. For this reason, I strongly stand in support of the motion, weaponization of the economy is deciding the new world order. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilashandran. Okay, next we call, as we are nearly ending we're coming to the end of the debate, I will be calling upon the member of the audience, if anybody would like to come and address either side of they can like to speak from either side of it, or anywhere of it, okay? As I would be calling upon the audience. So somebody who would be keen to speak, please brush up your points. Okay. Next we call against the motion. For that, I call upon serial number 46, Addison Sinha.
Speaker, sir, they used to say that the pen is mightier than the sword, and now every news headline is insisting that a wire transfer is mightier than the missile. 4 years ago, the Western capitals unveiled the most severe sanctions regime ever assembled against a major economy, Russia, exclusion from SWIFT, an oil price cap, and $300 billion of reserves frozen. As I stand today, that economy has grown in 3 of the last 4 years. Its refineries has been burning from Ukrainian drones rather than a financial instrument. And the war that those sanctions were supposed to end has caused, by open source estimates, roughly over 1 million Russian casualties inflicted by artillery, not by SWIFT. The Speaker, sir, and honorable members, if the weaponization of economy is truly deciding this war, then somebody forgot to tell the war. I oppose this motion on one uncomfortable claim that something, an instrument, can dominate the headlines and still decide nothing, because the power of this order is still being decided by the capacity to deter, defend territory, command allegiance, and, as I will show, by the constitution that decides whether a leader should even wield these instruments at all. And now, whatever degraded Russia's capacity to fight this year did not come from a finance ministry. It came from the Ukrainian drones that knocked a fifth to over a quarter of the country's refining capacity this spring. Now, We'll take the currency that the proposition has told us that is quietly being dethroned. The Bank of Settlements 2025 survey taken at the peak of the tariff war found the dollar on one side of 89% of all currency trades, up, not down, from 88.4%. The IMF's own data shows that the dollar reserve share is rising this very year. We've quietly been attending the funeral of a currency on its precise moment of its supposed murder, while it's still gaining market share. Somebody owes an apology to the eulogy writers. And on the 20th of February this year, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled 6 votes to 3 that the president never had the constitutional authority to impose the tariffs behind America's 2025 economic offense. The most aggressive economic weapon was disarmed, not by rival power, but by the 9 judges inside its own constitution. Now, the proposition will point to the Silicon Curtain, ask them why this December, the same government that built that war also reversed part of it only months after losing half of its market share in the same country that it was meant to contain. Well, even the war needed the money more than the mission. Now, respected Speaker, members of this House, let's weigh this motion against the plain fact that no nation in recorded history has ever surrendered to an invoice alone. Treaties end wars, armies win wars. No spreadsheet has ever been able to close a border, nor won one outright. The ledger has not replaced the legion, Speaker, sir. The ledger is only keeping the accounts of the legion. Let us not confuse novelty of visibility with novelty of causal power. With this, I ask this House to reject this motion.
Next we call probably the last speaker for the motion, Surojit Dev, serial number 50. For the motion, Surojit Dev.
Let us consider a situation in which we are seeing a romantic relationship. The wife says to the husband, "If you want to maintain the relationship between us, don't talk to the girl of your office. She is having a bad stare on you." And the husband says, "No, I won't." What will you do? Then the wife says, "Yes, I will give you a divorce or I will not maintain the relationship." Let us consider the situation. US saying this to India, that don't maintain relationships with China. Seems familiar, right? A very good afternoon to our honorable speakers, sir, and friends from opposition and treasury and everyone present in the hall. I, Surojit Dev, a student of class 12, stand before you all to strongly support the motion that weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. I just remember a quote of Winston Churchill saying, "Jaw is better than war. But in today's date, nor jaw nor war doesn't support anything. Neither the jaw of a dog or the jaw of a lion, let it be anything. But the worth of the dog and the worth of the lion maintains the thing. And this worth is the economy." Let us consider a situation where all the countries, all the countries of Africa, they are very determined. But the countries who are very powerful, very economic, like US, China, upcoming nations like Japan and all, they impose tariffs on them. Total resource cut off to nothing they are getting. What will the determination do? It will simply die off. So for that reason, economy is needed, resources is needed. And to get this resource, a person should have a fat wallet. And his pocket should be big. In today's world, economic power creates dependence using compliance, something military power cannot do. If I slap my brother, he will revolt against me. But if I give him 10 rupees, he will say, brother, I will do it next time for you. You just give me 20 rupees at next time. Is this true? Yes. Economy is needed. Not the military missiles. I will slap him, he will slap me. What's the need? Nothing. Total devastations. One of my worthy opponents said that North Korea is spending on nuclear arsenals. But if he or she spends on nuclear arsenals only, who will feed their citizens? Citizens need food, not the nuclear arsenals. They will not bite the nuclear arsenals. So I will conclude with this, that first line of the song, Baap Badana Bhaiya, the whole thing is that ke bhaiya, sabse bada rupaya, sabse bada rupaya. With this, I rest my case. Thank you.
Next, I call upon the last speaker from the opposition bench, serial number 48, Biswajit Das. Biswajit, please take the podium.
So far, I was all ears to all of you, and I've been hearing violence, warfare, violence, warfare. So, a warfare is a warfare. It doesn't mean that whether it is by weapons or by economy. As long as it leads to misery, destruction, and hardship, it is a warfare. Violence, violence, violence. I don't like violence. Let's visualize this set by the UN. Why will not UN say these words? Because in today's generation, this weaponization of everything will lead to the real war in the later stages. So everything which leads to the negativity should be said no. Turning trade into a weapon makes the world poorer, more dangerous, and less capable of solving global problems. If a country is not capable of solving global problems, then it is not a country. If the weaponization of economy destroys global prosperity, fragmenting trade into rival blocs lowers economic efficiency, reduces global wealth, and drives up inflation for everyday consumers, then it leads to misery. The weaponization of economy hurts the most vulnerable. Small and developing nations suffer the most when large powers restrict trade, as they lack the wealth to build self-sufficient industries. It blocks climate and health solutions. If countries are not coordinating with each other, then how will they find solution? They will always live in competition. And my teacher always says that competition is healthy as long as it is positive and not negative. History shows that when goods cannot cross borders, armies eventually will. That's why I mentioned those lines from the UN earlier. The weaponization of economy creates an unstable world system. Moving away from neutral rules towards arbitrary sanctions moves global finance unpredictable and untrustworthy for everyone. So far, I was speaking in simple language, as simple as possible, because I don't like complications, because I was born without complications. So, someone from the opposition, or maybe for them they are in motion, but for me they are in opposition. They were mentioning about a movie. Let me mention a movie. How many of you have watched KGF? Raise your hands. No one? So, it's a movie of a mafia, you can say. Imagine he is weaponizing his own economy. Where will he go? At the end, he'll die, because it leads to negativity. In place of weaponizing the economy, let's look forward for new ways, like, let's say, leadership skills, diplomacy, then geopolitical structure. So with these arguments and some monologues, here I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Viswajit. Is there anyone left from the Treasury branch who have not spoken? Anyone? Please raise your hand if anybody has not spoken. Yes, what's your name, please? Repeat? Sarbajit Paul. Sarbajit Paul. Judges, it seems we have left out somebody. Sarbajit Paul. Oh, you're not spoken? You're not spoken? Okay, somehow, okay, it got ticked over here incorrectly. Okay, and anybody else from against the motion or not spoken? What's your name? Okay, so we have Roshan and you're Roshan Kumar Sharma. Okay, 44. Okay, I got it. Okay. Judges, I'm so sorry that we have two more speakers, one for the motion and one against the motion. Serial number 6, who's still left. So I call upon serial number 6, Sarvajit Paul, please take the podium.
Okay, so good afternoon, respected judges, speaker sir, and everyone present here. So just forgot about money and just think about other things such as military, weapons, and oil. So all of this come under some different things beyond economy, but economy can buy all of them. So yeah, economy is important, and no one can say that economy is not important, but the defense sector is important for a country. Thank you.
We call upon, hopefully this should be the last speaker, serial number 44, Roshan Kumar Sharma. All the best, Roshan.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Speaker Sir, my honorable judges, and my dear friends. I stand here to oppose the motion that is weaponization of economy is leading to the New World Order. At the first case, if we see, this statement can be might convincing, but because countries now are using sanctions and tax restrictions and economic pressure to influence other countries. But however, this alone does not say that it's the New World Order because there are many sorry. Because there is more things that we can see, as there are many other things which are important for taking in charge of this many problems, like there are technological advancement, scientific innovations, military capability, and the ability to solve global problems. For example, we can take India. India is the most growing global power because it does not threaten the other countries by economically. Instead, it has a growing digital economy, skilled power force, and space achievements. A country achieves its respect through cooperation and not confrontation. As history tells us that whenever there is economic whenever there is economic changes, there's always been uncertainty. Therefore, even if we think that
changes in economy will lead to a betterment of our country, then the economy which is aggressively in charge will always be in the dominance. Future only belongs to those countries which gives us trust, which builds trust, and which encourages us with innovation and other things, not those who uses economic tools as weapons. Thank you.
Thank you, Roshan. Since now all have spoken, I will call upon the leaders of both the houses to speak. So first I'll call upon Aniket Shah from the opposition bench, leader of opposition, to wind off for whatever points he has for his team. He'll be having 2 minutes of time. I think we'll not give you a warning bell because 2 minutes is too short a time. Would you like to have a warning bell? Okay, so please give a warning bell at the end of 1 minute, and then on the second minute, okay? So 2 minutes, please. Okay. Just hold on. Yes? Just wait for some time.
May I start?
Yes.
Yes,
Please go on.
Speaker,
Yeah.
may I start?
Yes.
So, you can actually see all my team are actually very opposed to the motion. I have over 20 points here, and I won't be able to read all of those, but through all of those, I can certainly see that economy, though it plays a major role in the modern world, it directly does not decide. Like my fellow teammate said, it is a piece in the chessboard. The chessboard is vast, and it cannot alone conclude everything that happens on the board. Second thing, respected speaker, my fellow opponent said that IT, information technology, and technology in general is a sector inside the economy. May I ask, is it really in the economy? I believe that is a wrong point, because economy is something developed not only by economic sources, but also human sources, but also infrastructure. There are lots of things that will come into economy if you account it into economy. Again, I don't have much time, but I would like to make one last point. Imagine you have a robber in a house. He points a gun at you and says, and he makes some conditions. Will you be able to negotiate with him through money? Is it possible? Respected speaker, sir. And I don't think so. The reason is he holds the power, he has the gun. And the one who holds the gun, the one who has the most military power, the one who has the most information is going to change the world. That is my view, and I stand strongly up with it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will extend similar privileges to Janastuti. Do you want to have a 1 minute break, 1 minute bell to ring? Okay, continue with the same procedure, please. Janastuti, Chair Marshal will get another 2 minutes to wind off. This is.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank the leader of the opposition for showing his support to us. And about the robber thing, if a robber enters your house, it is for money, right? And even if he points the gun at you and you offer him money, he'll leave you because you're giving him money. You're giving him what he wants. Now let's get to the point. The opposition seems to be quite engrossed in talking about information, infrastructure, diplomacy, and self-sufficiency, when we all know that no country is completely self-sufficient and economies are interdependent. We must also remember that we are not talking only about the bad effects of the weaponization of economy. We are talking about the entire world order. The very fact that this system is either forcing the average to do better or is making the average give in, and that the economy of a country can result in such major changes is why it is deciding the new world order. How can we say that the economy is not deciding the world order when all other aspects are backed up by it? Let's not forget that information can be bought. Military can destroy borders, but economy can shake even the mighty. Even history shows evidence. The USSR collapsed due to the failure in the economy. The group work example too, as had been given by one of my worthy opponents, can only work when the incomplete submission affects only the members, not when an entire population is affected by it. And when we say that money can buy happiness, we never meant that Mr. Ambani or Mr. Adani will be entrusted with the responsibilities of the country because of their bank balance or their fat wallets. They do not own economies. They may own money, they do not own economies. If the opposition argues that phrases of the ancient times can oppose the motion, then they need to hear this. परिवर्तन ही संसार का नियम है. तो कुछ क्षणों के लिए ऐतिहासिक श्लोकों को भूलकर क्यों ना हम अभी की बातों के बारे में सोचें. And as one of my fellow opponents also asked,
wind off, Janastuti, 2 minutes time is up. Please wind up quickly.
he asked whether a country is powerful because of its money or its people. The straight answer to it is its money. Because people survive on food, water, shelter, and clothes. None of it can be bought without money. Lastly, whether we like it or not, money buys happiness. As one of my fellow parliamentarian of the Treasury bench has already stated, that if stating facts makes us sound wrong, then we proudly stand against the right. Thank you.
Thank you for winding off. There is, otherwise it would feel like a Lok Sabha session that is going on. That is okay. Now that all the speakers spoken and as the results are being tabulated, I would like to invite the members of the audience, if anyone would like to come and speak. Any member of the audience would like to come and speak, please. Yes. Would like to just express your opinion, please come. Any member of the audience? Anyone? Anyone from the audience would like to come and speak? Yes, please feel free. If you feel like, you can come and speak. मैं पीछे नहीं छोड़ता इतना जल्दी. Please come. Anyone? Okay, let's not, since perhaps not really prepared, okay. So I would like to then call upon the judges. I'd like to hear the opinion of the judges. I think it will be very good for both these young students who are here. I think I'd like to call all three of them one by one. That is, I would like to hear all three of you. It's a privilege to have such a distinguished panel of judges. So I feel that it is very important that they hear each one. So can I start with Dr. Ayan Bhattacharya, please? Please give a big round of applause. And I presume the side of the podium he'll take will not indicate his point of view, really. Yes, Doctor, this is...
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the contestants out here. Yeah, I do not want to take any sides, but I am compelled by the presence of mics at the ends only. First of all, I want, every one of the participants, please clap for yourself, because we all are obsessed with this. In this world, when we speak here, standing and facing a crowd, it takes a lot of guts. So congratulate yourself for that, each one of you. I'm not an economist, I'm a physicist. For me, atoms, quantum, semiconductors, revolutions, rotations, these are important. And I see the world as a dynamic system. In a dynamic system, if I see the world order keeps on changing. It changes every 30 years, 40 years. Think of it. There was an industrial revolution. It changed the world order. Then came communism. In between came first of all World War, later the Second World War. Then the technological revolution started. You just think of it. Few years back, it was the economy of weaponization. Now we are talking of weaponization of the economy. Things have definitely changed. Whether we may be, debating over it, but changes have happened. But as I was listening to all of you, I was just thinking of that old Fevicol ad, na? Pakde raho chhodna nahi. Because all of you were just beating around the bush, but what I wanted to listen, I was not getting it. You all got a lot of information from Google, it seems. So it was all Hormuz and Ukraine and Russia. I was very surprised no one talked about the Indus Water Treaty. India has effectively used it in such a way, without firing a shell, it's, passed on a very big blow to Pakistan. When we talk of semiconductors, two countries are very important. None of you mentioned that. One is Taiwan. It manufactures 92% of the world's chips. And that is why, China wants to invade Taiwan. But it cannot invade because there is a pressure created by USA. The other country that plays the very major role in semiconductors is Netherlands. Netherlands has that ASML. That's the Xerox machine for the semiconductor chips. If this machine is not given by Netherlands, Taiwan cannot manufacture mass number of chips. So that's how Europe is controlling Taiwan. So these dynamics are to be understood. You see, the world we talk about. Long back, it was gold. People were after gold. Slowly, people moved after, say, nuclear weapons. Now, say after that, nuclear weapons, the weaponization that took place, it led to terrorism. Now, even terrorism of that sort, what we saw, say, in the 70s and 80s, is losing momentum. It's more about eco-terrorism. So those things are picking up. A change is happening. Okay. What I also found missing in the debate today are two very important sectors of the economy. One is agriculture, the second is manufacturing. Because there may be trade, there may be AI, technology, whatever, but without agriculture, without manufacturing, no country can survive. So when we think of all these things put together, please do not trust Google or such sources. You take the information, sit over it, think over it. That is very, very important. When you start thinking of it, the Indus Water Treaty will come to you. It will also come to you that the local dispensation here did not allow Blinkit. It's a localized trade war, is it not? There are a taxi union who doesn't want Assam cabs to be plying in Meghalaya, and it's a vice versa in Assam too. Is it not a trade war of some kind? So these things will be there. You need to understand that. So all the best. Prepare much better. Whenever you come the next time, think over the problems, think over the topic of the debate. And still, for the courage of standing here, congrats once more. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Can I call upon Dr. Degrishia Noganrina, please? Please give her a big round of applause.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, sir, my dear colleagues, Dr. Surajit, Professor Bhattacharjee, Swamiji, And to all my young friends, I have witnessed the courage to stand here and to speak. And for that, I commend each and every one of you. And once again, it's not about winning or losing. It's about participation. When you stand and you debate, you bring out your ideas, you bring out your points forward, you empower yourselves, because you will learn to dig more, like what Professor Bhattacharya has mentioned, that when you're given some topics, maybe some of you could not speak, some of you have forgotten the points, but you go back, you try to understand, you try to investigate. That is the power of a debate which is lost in the society today. And I commend Ramakrishna Mission for keeping this spirit alive. And I hope that you send this message across to your friends also, that they come here, they participate here, maybe not as debaters, but as audience members. We need to encourage this. You are the future of our country. If you cannot speak, if you cannot debate, where is this country going to go? So I wish each and every one of you the very best. But let me just highlight a little bit on the topic of the debate. I understand it's, very top end of the topic that has been suggested, because weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. It's a topic in international relations. It's a topic in international economics. Now, what is this new world order that we talk about? How did this word come about? There was no mention of this new world order in our history books. It came about after the First World War, all right? Now, if you look at history, what has happened is, if I don't like you and you don't like me, or we have some kind of friction, we bring our armies into battle and we start fighting. Then the issue gets resolved. The victor and the vanquished decided, right? But what happens is, after the First World War, there was a change that was seen, that I cannot fight alone. I need friends. You've come here, you've not known each other, but you've made friends. You've come together as one group, you've come together as another group. What is that? Building a new friendship, a new order. So these kinds of orders come into the world after the First World War, then the bipolar war, USSR and USA, then the collapse of USSR, unipolar, now multi. Okay? Many nations are coming together. Regional cooperation, they're coming together as a group. But there is a point in this, the weaponization of the economy. Physical wars cost not just money, not just resources, not just time, but so much of destruction. So the process of reconstruction is very expensive. This is how I see it. So when you look at that, I don't want to waste all of that. Where they're spending time on building new robotic soldiers to fight wars, drones to fight wars, lessening the dependency on humans, right? Because we do not want those casualties of war. So what do? We have to find out ways and means. Economy equals empire. Economy equals empire. You conquer economies, you have an empire. Why was the United States at one point in time such a powerful nation? Because the idea of capitalism has crept through many, many nations, following that same model. All right? So looking at all of this, now how do we use this? We take the economy, we use what? The tools, the sanctions, impose economic sanctions, impose tariffs on nations to try to control the country. But what is happening, I'm telling you, I'm speaking on behalf of the Treasury, but I'm also going to speak now on behalf of the opposition. When you're doing that, see, The United States had imposed tariffs on n number of nations in the recent years. We all know that. But what has it brought about? It has brought about a realignment of friendships, a reorganization of friendships. I was your friend today. I'm no longer your friend because you have hurt me. I'm moving away from you and becoming their friend. So regional, sub-regional cooperation, organizations are coming up in place to fight this. So when you're looking at this debate, it's an open question because it's deciding. It has not yet decided. It is one part of the story. It's just one part. You don't know how things are shaping. The world we're moving is so fast. It's changing very fast, right? Today we're using this. We don't know what's happening tomorrow. When economic sanctions fail, right? They tried in Iran. Economic sanctions have been imposed for n number of years. They could not. What was the end game? Military might. So what we see here is, if we look at this, we have to understand from this perspective. The debate is not just only about, as Professor Bhattacharya has mentioned, it's not just about Ukraine. It's not, these are examples that you can give. So you have to understand, the meaning of each of these words, which is the topic of the debate. So that clarity comes. Once that clarity comes, you're able to put your point across, whether it is for or whether it is against. I wish you the very best in all your future endeavors, and I hope you get much success in the years to come. Be good citizens for this country. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Nankari, for clearly laying out the points to the students. I'm sure they go back today as winners only by listening to you itself. They have got so much to carry with them now. Thank you once again. A big round of applause, please. Okay. May I call upon the last judge, not the least, Dr. Surajit Sen. That is, it's be worth listening to him. And I would trouble the doctor that maybe this time you could use that podium so that you can look directly at the address of these, because they did not get the privilege of looking, some of them did not get the privilege of looking at the speaker.
Let me just begin by saying that every single year that I come here, I am, in awe of visualizing the capacity of our young talents. It's a routine one. Can I request the audience for a big round of applause for these gentlemen and ladies, who have taken the courage to stand up and speak from here. This is my 8th year as a judge. And every time, I come here, I get to learn new things. Not just as a judge, but I feel that as a debater myself, I was a debater too, when I was of your age or a little younger than you. I feel I can learn so much from them and perhaps brush on my little skills on debating. But I'm also very infamously known to point out, little things that you need to improve. As a debater, I always feel that there are always chances for yourselves to improve. And what I shall be talking now, it's going to be a long, monotonous one, so please don't sleep. Just try to listen and understand what I'm trying to say, okay? So, just try to get this into yourself very properly when you come and debate on a platform like this. This is one of the biggest platforms that Shillong offers, in fact Meghalaya offers, when it comes to debating, and you should be proud of yourself that you are representing not just yourself but also your institution here. Let me say this. If we must visually verify everything to believe it, I must conclude that my opponent vanishes the moment I close my eyes. Yet, here he remains a persistent auditory hazard. If you call a dog's tail a leg, how many legs does it have? If you call a dog's tail a leg, how many legs does it have? How many say 5? Raise your hands. I could hear some 5s. Raise your hands properly. Be brave enough. Raise your hands. 5. How many said 1? Well, the answer is 5, right? The answer is 5. But no, I would say 4. Because calling a tail a leg doesn't make it 1. Understand the humor behind it. One thing, your speeches lacked humor. All of you, I'm very sorry to say this. Some of you tried to force in a little bit of humor. Remember, debating is not about being always just so serious. Bring in a little bit of wit, bring in a little bit of humor, and we're very sorry to say that there was complete lack of humor. This is one thing. Second thing, what is necessarily true for me may not necessarily be true for you. Do not be personal about it, okay? When I say personal, there are certain instances where I have noted that you have actually named your opponent. There were 1 or 2 participants who had actually named the opponents. In a debate, you're not supposed to do that, okay? Please do not name your participants, your fellow participants. You say, my honorable, opponent from the treasury, or my honorable opponent from the opposition, okay? Now, coming to the topic, okay? It was indeed a very interesting topic. Weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. Tell me, how many of you have read or heard of a book called Brave New World? Brave New World. Have you heard of a writer whose name is Aldous Huxley? Aldous Huxley. 1932, he published a book called Brave New World. It's a dystopian novel, if you have read it. Okay? It describes a futuristic world that, in which the state is there, and the state controls society through genetic engineering. It's a 1932 novel, okay? It talks about genetic engineering, among others. It tries to talk about the loss of true freedom and deep human emotions through mindless pleasure. Now, the basic concept out here is that it talks about the dangers, okay, of unchecked science and mass consumerism. And I think that is what was the topic all about today, okay? It talks about the control that is maintained through comfort rather than direct force. We need to understand the essence of the motion. It is very essential that we understand not just the meaning, but the essence of it. What is essence? Meaning is something else. What is essence? Essence basically is going into the core of that particular theme or word that you have. It goes on to understanding the defining quality that makes something that it is. Now look at the motion of the debate. The motion says, weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. Here, I can break it down to 4 very important points, 4 important themes. Weaponization, economy, deciding new world order. But in which order should I talk about? In which order? I come here not just to speak in a very haphazard way, but I come here to speak very sequentially, Now, understanding what is important in the motion is very necessary. If I was debating today here, I would have first talked about what is the New World Order. I would have talked about that first. Then maybe I would have gone into understanding what an economy is. Then I would have gone into understanding what weaponization is. Get it? And then look into this compound word, weaponization of economy. Not just weaponization separately and economy separately, but I would have gone into understanding weaponization of economy, and then gone on to understanding the gerund out here, deciding. What is deciding here? I would have gone into that. I feel this problem of not understanding the very essence of the motion had actually caused a little trouble in formulating your points. I do not blame you for that. I certainly do not say that you are at fault for not having done it. I would not blame anybody, but I would like to request, if your accompanying teachers or anyone is here who has perhaps helped you in preparing your speech for this particular debate, to have guided you in the way that it should have been guided. Okay? Perhaps, there has been some kind of a misunderstanding. Perhaps, there has been, the very motion has been misconstrued. Okay? I'm not speaking of all the speakers at this moment. Okay? There are quite a few who did try to grasp the meaning a little well, but no, it was not done for all the others. So I would say that whenever you come for debating, please understand not just the meaning of the motion, but also its essence. Okay? In a debate, when you come and speak from here, okay, I will go on, please don't mind. And I hope the organizers don't mind. It's fine to freeze. You come here, you go blank, it's fine. There's nothing to feel bad about it. It's nothing to, get nervous about it. The fact that you have come here, stood here, is something which very few people will even have the guts, as Professor Ayan said, very few people would have the guts to stand here to speak. It's fine to freeze. But, it's okay, you understand the rules of the debate. The rules specifically mentions that you're not supposed to read from any prepared material. But don't misunderstand that too. The speaker had announced it several times that if you need any assistance, keep your notes with you. Check that. Come back to your points. Give yourself a moment. Compose yourself and then start speaking once again. As a debater, we should understand certain rules of debating. It should be ingrained, literally ingrained. When you come here and speak, the speaker introduces you, doesn't he or doesn't she? The speaker does the job. Then why should I come here that I firmly stand here, I, Dr. Surajit Sen, stand here to firmly oppose the motion or speak for the motion? You have already been introduced. Why should I introduce myself? A reintroduction, a reassurance of your presence is not required. Until and unless there is some problem with the audios and we are unable to hear you, then perhaps. Please don't do that, okay? This is something that I keep saying every time that I come here, okay? Please address only the speaker. Every time I come here, I see fresh new faces and I feel it's necessary that you should be trained with these things. Please address only the speaker. That's the rule of debating. You are learning the art of what will go on ahead to become parliamentary debating. I'm not sure any one of you have participated in any kind of parliamentary debates. Okay, that's the highest level of debating. So what happens is, this is a training center for you, actually. So when you come on stage, when you speak, please please greet only the speaker, address only the speaker. Influencing the judges by trying to greet them or the audience will not entail any kind of marking. Okay? So I come here, I stand here, I only address and greet the speaker. I don't greet anyone else, okay? Nor even my fellow participants. A very interesting thing that I noticed in this particular today's debate competition was the use of multilingualism to a certain extent. Bilingualism and multilingualism, It's good. Fine, it's good to be bilingual, it's good to be multilingual. But at the same time, it would be better if you could explain, perhaps, not translate. Not translate. We don't want a translation. If you could explain what you said in that particular language, you are able to connect with the audience more then. Okay? Another thing that I keep repeating, and I found today also, I come here and I speak. Am I screaming? Am I shouting? The two, my fellow colleagues, two judges who came before me, did they speak shouting? Did they shout? Did they scream? Debating is not about screaming and shouting. Please. Okay? Get rid of histrionics. Okay? We are not doing a drama competition here. This is not a drama competition. Remember this. Okay? This is not drama. So avoid these kind of histrionics, because histrionics is the debater's biggest enemy. Okay? It's the debater's biggest enemy. Do not do that. Okay? If you want to emphasize something, just intonate your voice. You know what's intonation? The rise and fall of your voice. Intonate. That's it. Okay? Learn the art of intonation. Practice in front of the mirror. Today you have your mobile phones with you, right? You can record yourselves. During our days, we didn't have mobiles, right? When I was of your age or I was younger than you, we didn't have mobiles. So I would record my voice on a tape recorder, just to listen how I sound. Okay? And then I would mark on my speech. Okay? On my speech, I would mark the words that I would need to intonate. I would underline them and give an arrow mark up. That yes, this is where I need to intonate. This is where I need to raise my voice. This is where I need to lower my voice. Get it? It creates a auditory effect. It creates an auditory effect on the audience. Okay? Here you stand to grasp the attention of the audience. And you grasp the attention of the audience by your oratory, not by what happens in the Indian Parliament, screaming and shouting. Okay? Please don't do that. Okay? Now, I heard, some of you say this: I rise today. I rise today to speak for the motion. How did you rise? How did you rise? Please tell me that. Okay? So instead of saying that, you could have said, I raise my voice in support of the motion or opposing the motion. You don't rise, you raise out here to voice your opinions. Okay? So please keep that in mind. Another thing that I need to talk about is, debating has always been a formal occasion. Okay? It's a formal platform, it's a formal presentation. And in debating, the way that you dress matters a lot. I could have come today wearing my jeans, it's a holiday, it's a Sunday, and I'm just judging, I'm not even participating. I could have come casually dressed, very casually dressed. None of us have. Speaker, my fellow judges, neither I. Why? Because debating is a formal presentation. Please keep that in mind, that in debating, what you wear matters a lot. Okay? What you wear matters a lot. Fine? Caps, please try to remove them when you are speaking. Okay? Remove your caps. And don't fidget with your caps every time you're fidgeting. Avoid these kind of things. Okay? Be very careful of these things. Do I have anything else to say? Yes, one more point, just. Please keep this in mind, that in debating, a very strong, interesting, and impressive opening and an equally strong, interesting, conclusion with proper sequential arrangement of your analysis, okay, is the key to any form of good oratory in debating. Your starting should be very interesting, your conclusion should be very interesting, and your points should be, done in a very sequential order. What I realized was that, not of all, of a few of you, was that your points were very haphazard. Never make this mistake. Think properly, think nicely when you prepare your speech. If required, write it 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, till you have gotten the exact order in which it should be spoken. Bring in wit and humor as much as possible into your speech. Even if it is, not a very direct wit, direct humor, bring in indirect wit and indirect humor. That will help you a lot. Coming back to the last few things, Dr. Degracia just spoke. She's an economist, okay, and she is actually the most appropriate person to judge today. Looking at the topic again, you could have actually arranged your speech understanding the international situation, come to the national situation, come to the regional, and then the local, as Dr. Ayon said also, talk about the local issues also. You could have done it in that way, broken up your points. That would have given more, wider perspective to your analysis. Otherwise, it was becoming same points. Analyze the points in that way. And finally, when the leader of the Treasury and the leader of the opposition comes to conclude the entire session, please don't rebut your opponents. That is absolutely wrong. You are given to sum up, not to rebut. You are given the time to sum up, not to rebut. Remember this. Okay? So when you come here, you basically do what? You sum up what your group has said. You are from opposition, you are from the proposition, the Treasury. So as the leader of the proposition, you will come and sum up what everyone has said, very briefly, just to prove your point that what you said, what your fellow members have said is correct. And the same thing goes here. You come here to say what everyone has talked about is correct. That is what the audience will look for, because then ultimately they will have to judge. They will have to pass whether the motion is accepted or not accepted. So you basically motivate them to decide whether it is accepted or not accepted. So keep these points in mind, and that is what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Surajit Sen. It's wonderfully, it's a lesson for you all. You got it for free from a professor, for free of cost, how to debate and all the final points and all that. That is, so you go back, already reworded, I think, number of times, Dr. Bhattacharya, Dr. Nankanri, they have already rewarded you with all these wonderful points. So they have already, I don't know whether, has the tabulation been completed? Okay, tabulation is completed. It's time for the results. But all of you are the winners. You are taking away so many things. Before that, it's generally the speaker also speaks at the end. But I am looking at the eager faces and all that, and the long and such a wonderful time I had. I did not sleep. So congratulations to all of you. I generally go off to sleep after my meal. I did not. Congratulations to all of you. Before we announce the result, really, it will be good to know the opinion of the House. Whether you feel that the motion, let me quote it correctly, okay? Weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order. Okay, my treasury bench was here, and my dear opposition was here. So who do you think has won the debate? Okay, as I'll be asking you, those who are for the motion that weaponization of economy is deciding a new world order, please raise your hand. Those who are for the motion. It's okay, it's a divided house, so I think I need to, please don't mind, raise your hand. I would like to just make a quick count. Okay. Okay, I think I get it. Those who are against the motion that weaponization of economy is deciding the new world order, those who are against, please raise your hand. Those who are against, please raise your hand. I can see one hand, 2, 3, 4. 4 hands. Okay, 4 hands. So I think I need not take those 4 they have it. Okay, the weaponization economy is the new world order. The Treasury has it. Okay, so congratulations to the motion stands passed. Okay, the motion stands passed that the weaponization economy is deciding the new world order. So now we come to the concluding part. I'd like to call upon Ajit Paul sir to announce the result and to bring the ceremony to the close.
Sir, thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed for conducting the entire competition so beautifully. But before we announce the results are ready. Before we announce the results, may we invite Swami Vedeshananda Ji Maharaj, Director Academics of Vivekananda Cultural Center for vote of thanks.
Om Namo Bhagavate Ramakrishnaaya. A very good evening. It has been wonderful to see all of you on stage, my dear students. I was watching, though I was not present in the hall, I was watching online, YouTube. So I was monitoring how the YouTube streaming is going on, and as well as watching over some of the groups. After that, I got some visitors, so I had to leave in between. What is happening presently, though, I do not want to make comment, I just want to make an observation. A few of you, when you picked up a particular topic on the motion, you were going very right, but there was a discontinuity. Suddenly, abruptly, it got stopped. The continuation was not there. That's what I felt. Though I am not a debater, I never debated in my school days. So I, always commend your courage, and mainly to come on a Sunday. In Shillong, I always see that when competition is held on Sunday, we get very less participants. This time also I saw, I think 25 teams were registered. Now we are 19 teams on the stage. So kudos to you, and thank you so much for being part of such a wonderful debate competition here in Vivekananda Cultural Center. Now, when you, from the layman terms, we have Dr. De Garcia from the NEHU, from the Department of Economics. So she is the right person to say on the economy of the world order. But what is happening right now after this MAGA and the tariff plan that has kicked in after Donald Trump has come up? Just yesterday, there was a devotee in our Laimukra Ramakrishna mission, and his son is in Texas. So he was telling me his son is not able to come back and leave US, because if he comes down, he will be thrown out of the country. He cannot go back. So he's having that fear. See, basically the economy, if the trade has to continue, if a leading country, so to say, the old world order is led by United States of America. If USA is making some changes, imposing tariffs, that means the trade is being disrupted. The rest of the world will sideline it and try to make the trade continue, because everybody wants to eat. everybody wants to consume. So this is what is happening. This is truly from the layman terminology. And as Professor rightly said, from a unipolar, it is going towards a multipolar, this thing. And just yesterday, one of our professor from MIT who is volunteering here, he was telling, the future of India, the next big thing is India, which is coming up. So he says, I want to be part of this developing story. I want to contribute to India. So you being from the state of Meghalaya, Meghalaya's contribution to India, India's growth and progress is very minimum, almost to the extent of probably in the negative, because we are highly consuming from the state, whereas South India was always producing almost 50-60% of the industrial output. Now you have Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh and all coming up. Center does all the external affairs and all the FTAs, foreign trade agreements, etc. Right? You all have seen that. Dr. Jaishankar is doing it. States, if they do not contribute, center nationalistic government cannot do justice to the rising global power when it comes to India as such. Right? So every state has to contribute. One is blind, one is lame, it cannot go that way. All have to go together, work together. So this is 2 cents from me. And I thank all of you, dear students, who have come here and made your presence felt. Wonderful listening to most of you, whatever I have heard. I think you will all develop, gain from the sessions that you heard from your peers and from the judges over here. First of all, to the judges, Dr. Surajit Sen, I always adore him. He has been part of, last few years in all the debate competitions. I came here in the cultural centers in 21. 21, we had it online. We didn't discontinue because of COVID. So, sir has been so kind and generous, has been part of all the competitions. And, sir, I always look forward for your comments. You say critics, but absolutely hitting at the right spot. So, thank you so much for guiding the students and making this event a grand success here. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Degracia Naukindri, thank you, ma'am. You had been part of our last year's competition as well. It has been, it's a great pleasure to see you here, and you are the right person to be here for the topic, for the motion that has been proposed for today's event. Thank you so much, ma'am. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to listen to you and your comments here. Thank you. Today's topic was selected by none other than Professor Ayon Bhattacharya and Dr. Sir Ajit Mohan Paul. So a big thanks goes to both of them, and it was such a right topic at the right moment. I think last 2 years we had been going around AI and things like that. So we are taking all contemporary topics here. Thank you, Ayanda. Had been great to see you, and he has been here for all the cultural competitions. Just yesterday we had arts competition from nursery to the school level. Almost we had more than 1,300 enrollments, more than 840 students appeared here. You can see that in the YouTube video. So sir has been instrumental in conducting the cultural competitions and being part of it for several years now. And sir, thank you so much, and we look forward to your continued assistance in our activities. Sir Binod Bhujel, DAG from the Auditor General's Office, Shillong. Sir, it has been a privilege to see you here. Sir is also our managing committee member, and I think this is the second time I'm seeing you. We are meeting for the second time, yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, he is a long-term associate with the activities of Ramakrishna Mission, and it's been wonderful, sir, to see you and guide the students and guide this entire competition here as a speaker today. We look forward to see you in much more activities in future. And I would like to thank our teachers who are controlling the media, the audio and the video team. There are a lot of volunteers and people who are from outside. they are contributing in the kitchen and everywhere in the arrangement. Some of the VCC staff who are doing all the arrangements for the competition, and I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of them. With this, thank you so much, sir. Thanks for giving me the time to convey my vote of thanks. Thank you.
Maharaj, thank you. Thank you so much indeed. You also remain a very strong inspiration behind all these activities. You also have been doing a lot and have been shedding your midnight lamp for conducting this competition. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Thank you so much. And before we announce the results, please don't mind. I feel irresistible intent to say something on today's topic. Maharaj has already disclosed something that we always choose a topic based on certain factors. Just should be a political, always we look for that. I thought some of those people the participants from the treasury bench would start it like this, that leave alone national or international level, look at your home. The bread earner is the most powerful person in the family. and in a village, you come across so many money lenders. The rich person, the richest person is the most powerful man. So I thought somebody will start like that, but anyway, it's different matter. Don't take it so seriously. I just told this jokingly. Now, before we pass on to the announcement of the results, as a token of gratitude to our judges and the speaker, we want to just offer some kind of tokens. And may I request once again Vivekananda Maharaj on the stage, please. From Ramakrishna Mission, we can only give one thing, that is our gratitude. And as a token of gratitude, may I request, ladies first, Professor De Gracia, kindly, a small token of love from Ramakrishna Mission. And I'd request you to kindly stay back on the stage for a group photograph later on. Dr. Surajit Sen. Ma'am, please stay back. Dr. Surajit. We will give chairs. Just some volunteers. Professor Owen Bhattacharya. Four chairs. No, not here, in the center. You will sit in the center. Professor Owen Bhattacharya, after everyone takes, okay? And the most important person of the debate competition is the speaker, Mr. Vinod Bhujal. Yes, please give him a very big hand. All the chairs on the center, please. Huh? Yeah. At the center. Just put it at the center. It's okay. I'll be here. Okay. Cover me also. It's okay. Come a little ahead with your chair. Pull it from. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, as we have already announced for team prizes, we could not really consider the cases of mixed institutes. One means both partners from different institutes Because what happens is, we give one trophy for the institute. Okay, this goes permanently to the institute, and so we cannot divide it into half and give it to different institutes. So we are not considering those mixed institutes. I believe my ishara hi kafi hai for samajhdaro ke liye. I think the one who is to understand would understand it. Okay. First, let us declare the individual prizes. We could not get any suggestion for most humorous speaker, so we have gone for the third best speaker. And so for this year's third best speaker is Lakhamti Kharkongor from Army Public School. Who is this? Please stand up. Yes. Many congratulations. Second best speaker, even my favorite this year, Darshana Patwari from BK Bajuria School. Where is Darshana? Has she left? Okay. And the person who has got the champion or who has become the best speaker this year, I believe he was the best speaker last year also. Who was the best speaker last year? Cleric? Was it you? Not you? Okay, I thought it's you. So Cleric Jaden Wanyang is Dayal Singh College, Delhi. The moment I saw him, initially I could not recognize him when I saw him on the ground. The moment I saw him on the stage, I knew he was going to claim a prize. Many congratulations. Thank you for joining. And coming to the champion and runners-up team, this year's runners-up team, representing Shillong College, Kamwanda Thrang Rabon and Safia Pakentain. Please stand up, both of you. Okay. Many congratulations. And champion. Who are the champions? Representing BK Bajuria School, class 11 and 12 students, Darshana Patwari and Hazi Asiam. Okay. Darshana was there. Okay. So, congratulations to each and every one of you once again, because you have joined, so only this debate competition was successful. I'm sure, as we have said, this is a learning process. Okay, you have joined this year. You will join with stronger ideas and all this next year once again. And we want to see all of you in quiz competition in next Sunday. Even the guardians also, I would say that if you are larger in number, you inspire the participants out there on the stage. Okay, so we'll expect that greater audience is there in coming days, and your participation also is stronger. So with these words, I think, sir, you can call it this thing, or yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. So we have come to the close of yes, sir. See.
John, I can't say sine die until we meet again next year. Okay, thank you.
So this is John sine die. So all those limited, whoever are there, please join us for a cup of tea outside this hall. All the participants and all the parents, guardians, whoever are there, please join us for a cup of tea. Thank you. And the prize distribution ceremony will be held on 8th of August, Saturday at 3 p.m. 8th of August.